I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly from October 27, 2021, continued to October 28, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Solotel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Graham, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I'm happy to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Zalatel, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and temporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Before we resume the agenda from last night, just a couple comments. During the recent public hearings on the mask mandate, the Assembly received thousands of emails, mostly in support of requiring face coverings in public places. Many residents stated that they didn't feel safe coming to the chambers, not only because of the behaviors exhibited by some members of the public, but because so many unmasked people were packed into this room. Emergency Ordinance 2021-3 is in effect and requires face coverings in public places. There are exemptions for people who are unable to wear a mask. Version 7 of the Assembly COVID-19 mitigation plan contains accommodations to ensure that individuals who can't wear a mask can still participate in public meetings. This plan was approved by a supermajority of the Assembly at yesterday's meeting. Last night, the administration prevented the Assembly from enacting the mitigation plan. Assembly leadership has attempted to resolve this dispute today, but we were unsuccessful. However, we recognize the need to conduct the municipality's business. We are between a rock and a hard place, as the issue of Assembly control over time, manner, and place of its meetings will clearly not be resolved today. To those members of the public who have asked us to create a safe place for members of the public to participate in local government, I apologize that we are not able to implement the intent of our COVID mitigation plan in the chambers at this time. As the administration has indicated, it will continue to prevent the Assembly from enacting the plan. Members of the public who came here tonight with the expectation that people would be masked in the chambers may want to consider watching the meeting on GCI or the live stream on YouTube from another location for your own personal safety. If you came here to testify in person on an item, you may sign up with security for telephonic participation. It's the intent of the chair to move forward with tonight's agenda despite our strong objections. Assembly leadership does not concede to the administration's position, but recognizes that the dispute can't be resolved tonight. And with that, we will move on to committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Weddleton. No mic?
Thanks. So the Community Economic Development Committee met on the 21st, and we had a really interesting report from the Great Land Trust about what they had done with their CARES Act and Recovery Plan Act funds. They also had some recommendations on possible code changes regarding temporary food permits and changes to allow small commercial gardens with a sales outlet on there. And so we'll be looking at that at our next meeting on November 4th. And we'll also at that meeting continue our look at some of the assessor's routines regarding valuation of vacant land or of land. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
I have nothing.
Shoot, your microphone cut out a bit there and beeped a bit. Now there's... Okay, Ms. Allard says she doesn't have anything to report. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee would have normally met yesterday, but that meeting was canceled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As members saw yesterday, the deadline to submit ideas for the 2022 audit plan is Friday, December 3rd. So shortly following this deadline, the Municipal Audit Committee will meet to review the draft audit plan and make a formal recommendation to this body for consideration on the plan. Otherwise, the Municipal Audit Committee will be meeting sometime in early November to review the annual financial report and various federal and state audits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an announcement that the Public Safety Committee will be meeting next month. That will be Wednesday, November 3rd, and that's a Teams meeting, so it's scheduled for 11:10 that day. And for the most part, it's one of our typical update types of agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
In order to minimize time, members of the public have to be in the chamber tonight with unmasked individuals. I'll be skipping my report tonight.
Mr. Constant, we could not understand what you said. Would you repeat, please?
In order to save time and minimize exposure for members of the public to unmasked individuals, I will be skipping my report tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Committee on Housing and Homelessness met on October 20th. We discussed ongoing shelter outflow issues from Mass Care, as well as reviewed the facilitated exit strategy from Mass Care, and we will be taking that up later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee met on October 21st. We are well and truly in budget season now. We had our first work session on general government operating capital on October 22nd. We have our first hearing on the budgets, of course, tonight. Our second work session on the utility enterprise budget and legislative program will be tomorrow, Friday, October 29th. That'll be on Teams, believe starting at 11 a.m. On Tuesday, November 9th, we'll have our second public hearing on the budgets. On Thursday, November 18th, we'll have another regularly scheduled budget hearing, and expect that to also be on Teams. And then on Friday, November 19th, we'll have our last work session on Assembly proposed amendments, and then look to perhaps pass the budget on the 23rd of November. So we are in budget season. Expect more work sessions sprinkled throughout. I believe we've already scheduled one on the alcohol tax, or at least we intend to. And we're in our busiest time for the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And I will just add, too, that there's a note on the agenda that states the chair's intent to start the public hearings for the budget items tonight at 8 p.m., just to let members of the public know that those are items 14A through 14J. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no report, but I wanted to note that Mr. Weddleton mentioned Great Land Trust, but I'm guessing that it was actually Anchorage Community Land Trust. He can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
That's right. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for the correction.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to add to my co-chair of the Public Safety Committee, Ms. Kennedy, just a few specific items that we'll be addressing on November 3rd at the Public Safety Committee meeting. We will be hearing an update on the body-worn cameras public policy process. We'll also hear from the Anchorage Police Department on the Elmore facility remodel, as well as assessment and strategic plans regarding Department of Justice Public Safety partnership. We'll be hearing from the Anchorage Fire Department about overtime and also Fire Station 3 response time study. And then finally, we'll be have a presentation on pretrial settlement conferences from the Law Department and have a discussion on vehicle window tint laws. And then the other update is on the Health Policy Committee meeting, which is going to be on November 3rd at 10 a.m. It's also going to be a Teams meeting. At this meeting, we'll have an update from the Anchorage Health Department. We'll also have an update on the Alcohol Tax 2020 from the Health Department, as well as COVID-19 updates. So I would encourage the public to attend both of those meetings and participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Before we get to the addendum, we'll address our laid on the table items. We have 8 laid on the table items. And we do not need to vote on any of these, though I need to read them into the record. The first item for introduction, ordinance number AO 2021, yet to be numbered, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 21.09.050, use regulations to increase the square footage allowed for health services in the GC7 Townsite Square Commercial District in Girdwood. Girdwood Board of Supervisors, Assemblymember Weddleton, Assembly Chair LaFrance. This will be incorporated as item 10G5. There are 3 emergency ordinances from the administration, which will be incorporated in section 12. The administration submitted 2 laid on the table EOs, emergency ordinances regarding shelter services at the Sullivan Arena, because neither are marked with an A or an S to indicate that one is a substitute version. I'd like to turn it over and ask the municipal manager to speak to which version she would like the assembly to consider tonight. All 3.
Thank you, Madam. Through the chair, I actually discussed it with the clerk. So I'd have to look at the ones you're talking about because just off the cuff, I can't differentiate which ones you're talking about.
Ms. Zalatel, would you be able to speak? Oh, wait. Thanks for your patience, everyone, as we sort this out. So I'm going to go ahead and read through the remaining items to be laid on the table, which, as noted, includes 3 emergency ordinances submitted from the administration. The first, Emergency Ordinance EO 2021- to be numbered, Emergency Ordinance Providing Financial Resources for Coronavirus Disease 2019, COVID-19 Congregate Emergency Shelter Services at the Sullivan Arena in an amount not to exceed $1,301,519 as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended and now reappropriated to the COVID-19 Fund 231802, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of said reappropriation, Mayor's Office. This will be incorporated as item 12A. The next laid on the table item, Emergency Ordinance EO 2021-unnumbered, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for emergency family overflow sheltering to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, in an amount not to exceed $258,361 as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended and now reappropriated to the COVID-19 Fund 231802, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of said reappropriation. This item will be incorporated as 12B. Next, Emergency Ordinance EO 2021-unnumbered, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures required to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, in an amount not to exceed $5,593,309 as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended and now reappropriated to the COVID-19 Fund 231802, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of said reappropriation. This will be incorporated as item 12C. Next, Information Memorandum Number AIM XXX-2021, statements received for AR 2021-350, Assembly Members Zalatel, Constant, and Weddleton. This is a supplement to item 14U. It will be item 14U.1. The next 2 items are both supplements to item 14T. First, Assembly Memorandum Number AM XXX.2021, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.70 to include sewer and water treatment employees in Service Class A1 for purposes of fairness and impasse resolution. Assembly Members Dunbar, Weddleton, and Perez-Verdia. This will be item 14T1. Next, Information Memorandum Number AIM XXX.2021, statement received for AO 2021-103, Assembly Vice Chair Constant. This will be item 14T1.2. And lastly, information memorandum number AIM XXX.2021, transmittal of additional comments received for AR 2021-344. This is supplement to item 15A. It will be item 15A2. At this time, I will ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to incorporating the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items? Asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the addendum and as printed and distributed and laid on the table items has been approved, or the motion passes. Okay, that brings us to appearance requests and initial audience participation. And I'll just note that initial audience participation begins no earlier than 5:15, and testimony by the last person shall end no later than 6 p.m. We do not have any appearance requests, so we'll move into initial audience participation. For this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues, work schedules before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now in a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. So for audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. Last, during audience participation, assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at the meeting and ask for your assistance. Oops. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. This is all set.
I have been informed and have eyewitnessed the Anchorage Police Department's presence.
Name, please.
That's not necessary. We confirmed that at the last meeting. So I'd like you to stop harassing me. Anchorage Police Department, I want you to arrest Suzanne LaFrance right now for being a party to conspiracy against rights, interference with constitutional rights, violations of crimes against humanity, and violations of Nuremberg Code. Every person on this dais that is attempting to coerce people to put medical devices on their faces, I'd like you to arrest them now. I'd like security to remove these people from the seats. I see okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 men posted up against the wall to enforce laws on the books. I would like these people arrested now. I'd like you to get off of your leaning walls and in the back rooms and come in here and put handcuffs on these tyrants now, because our Constitution is being violated and you swore an oath to uphold it. This has reached another level to where they've killed my friends.
Please
They've
direct
killed
your
my
comments
friends.
to us.
They're party to the murder of William Topol, Paul D. Kendall, Eugene Haberman, Paul D. Kendall,
Mr.
William
Darden.
Topol.
Mr. Darden,
You're a party to murder.
you need to direct your comments to the assembly.
Arrest these people at once for throwing your badge because you're worthless cowards. If you don't act on the law, there's been several police reports filed, and your plausible deniabilities are over. If you can't enforce the law, then what do we have as a nation? Worthless cowards. And your sergeants, and your lieutenants, and your deputies, and your chiefs. Break the mold. Stop being cowards, and start enforcing constitutional law. Because these people are killing my friends. Tonight, make a choice. What sides you're on? Are you going to stand with these murderers? Because their whole ship's going down. This weekend, Saturday, Change Point Church from 8 till 5, they're going to have all the professionals exposing this global coup d'etat. $20 for the morning session, $20 for the afternoon. Check out Laura Ryan Bolt, she's talking about it.
Okay, please, thank you. Remove the box. Welcome. Please
Thank
state
you.
your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Hans Thompson. I live in South Downtown. I've lived there since I was 11. I graduated from West High School in 2003. 2003 was the first year of the SRO program. I didn't have any interactions with the SRO officers, and I know most students don't, but at the time during its implementation was after 9/11. It was after the Patriot Act, which last Tuesday was the 20th anniversary. It seems that the administration wants to evaluate the efficacy of the SRO program or move the cost of the SRO program onto the school district. And it's kind of a funny budget game happening right now. In my opinion, the school district should decide whether it wants to pay for the SRO program or not. The money should go to the school district to pay for it, because if they lose the SRO officers because they choose not to pay for it, that will be a lost service to them. In fact, allocate the money for the school district to decide if they should have the SRO programs, and then they will be able to make the decision for themselves. If they choose not to spend it on SRO officers, then I think it's within the school's purview to then spend that money on services that they would deem more usable. You know, after 9/11, there were a lot of programs that were passed to respond to unknown threats. And this SRO program was one that was for school shootings, and it was for terrorism. We didn't know what was going to happen, or as a collective group, we decided that was the best solution. And the SRO program now is changed into more of a counseling role. And I think what we can see is that our society has a greater need for mental health rehabilitation rather than law enforcement at the schools. A lot of that has come to a head today, right? We see a lot of effects that really should have been addressed with mental health that weren't addressed before, and they were with the police. Now, I also want to make another point, is that it's a budgetary non-issue, is that if we were to actually, if the Assembly allocated the $2.3 million to the school district, that would mean that there were 50, and they chose not to have the SRO officers. Those officers would go on to the general roles. Now, those 15 officers are real labor, and they would offset real overtime that has to go in for officers. Now, $2.3 million in overtime is $3.5 million, right? So that's the effect of savings that could happen from this change. And I know it's odd to say it in these terms, but this is, I think, how it should be phrased, is that if 60% of the effect of removing the SRO officers goes to removing overtime, then that is better for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I come before you men and women of Anchorage today. We are in dire straits. our town, our city can be an example to be set forth before the state and before the nation to make positive change in our community. The officers there, each one of you has a badge number. Through the chair, they operate under the authority of, through the chair, Miss Amy Demboski. And through the chair, the chief of police reports to her. And through the chair, she reports to the office of the mayor, Mr. David Bronson. Each one of you swore an oath before man and before God. It's a legal speech that you gave to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to support and defend the Constitution of the state of Alaska, to enforce the laws, the federal laws, state statutes, and municipal ordinances that are on the books, and to defend the constitutional rights of individuals. But in your duty, in your oath, it says that you're going to perform the duties to the best of your ability, of whatever that office is. I charge you all, as I have before, in writing. Private party arrest forms have been filed with Anchorage Police Department stating crimes against humanity that are ongoing under the Nuremberg Code, conspiracy against rights under Title 18 of the U.S. Code, Section 241, interference with constitutional rights under Alaska Statute 1176110, as well as many violations of constitutional rights under the United States Constitution and the State of Alaska Constitution. More so, you're violating God's law through the chair, every single one of you. When you overstep your authorities, Madam Chair, members of this body, officers, you can choose to get on the right side of history, which is supporting the rights of citizens. Human rights, constitutional rights. Otherwise, this city, we have a chance to set an example. There's good men and women in these offices. Right. I'm praying for courage for each one of you, each and every day, to stand up for what's right. Vaccinate yourself with the only vaccination that counts, the blood of Jesus Christ.
Thank you for your participation. And I'm going to go to the phone list. We have one person, Mr. Turner. If you would call Ms. Allegreza, please.
Hello.
Were you in line?
Well, I came when I could come in.
Okay, it doesn't work that way, so I'm going to need to have you go to the end of the line. All right, how many folks?
I can stand.
Actually, how many? We've got 20 minutes. There's time to get through. How many people are in line for? Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to talk about public records and the video and how it's always edited, muted, and altered. And that is tampering with public property, and that is a crime. And when we come in here and we testify in person, it is definitely not the same as calling on the telephone, because you mute and you edit. So it is not the same experience that you're saying is available for the public to be equal. So when you mute people or stop and edit stuff, we're not getting the full public records. You have 3 videos, the back and the 2 sides, and those aren't available. You swap everything, and there's 3 cameras for public records, and we're not getting access to that. And when you talk to each other, you're muting, and we're not getting that, and there's more than 3 people. So you are tampering with public records,
and that is a crime. And if you want to shorten the access when it comes on in the beginning, while you're waiting for it to do the live feed, like, I don't understand why you need to make any edits. It starts at the beginning, and then when you're adjourned, it's over. If you're doing any edits in between that, you're tampering with public records. You're muting and you're editing. We are not getting the same as being able to come here. I can't see all your faces. You're on the telephones, and I don't know why after 2 years of COVID that we don't have the teams available to see people's faces. Maybe we would know who was sleeping and snoring if we actually had the video. So I don't understand why we can't actually see the people who aren't here on the telephone, so we can see the faces they're making at us probably right now on the telephone. So where is that? Why are they not available to be seen? This is a public record. You do it for all the other meetings. Why is it not happening here? You have the capabilities, you're just not giving us the access. And you're editing and you're muting, and when people are being threatened by security, you mute that, so you're tampering with a crime and not giving access to that. So I don't understand why we can't have an unedited from start to finish, and it's uploaded, and you don't have to wait hours until you edit and re-edit and re-edit and re-edit until you think it's perfect. The voices weren't matching with testimonies. Stop editing the videos. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Dustin Sherman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done more appropriately, it is more in line with the public's interests. That's in remembrance of Eugene Haberman. So yesterday it was covered it was mentioned yesterday that we had lost a couple people here in Anchorage, and I would request that we do not use them in the manner that they have been used in the last couple weeks. That's very untasteful. They came in here, they understood the risks, and they have more courage than most of you, honestly. With that said, there's a few things I want to cover. One, I'd like to echo the woman that was up here before. I have gone and looked for things that I have seen live that I can no longer find because things have been edited out. So I do echo that. Two, I actually emailed the entire assembly, the whole body today, an article on a new drug that's not a new drug, but an old drug that's coming out that is actually showing promise in helping COVID patients. I got one response out of 11 of you. That's not very good. And I understand that you guys get a lot of emails, but one response. Thank you, Mr. Constant, for responding to me. That says a lot. You know, I think we live in two different realities, and I think most of you would agree with that. We see things on our side, you see things on your side. The one thing that I would ask is to at least look at both sides of things and make a reasonable conclusion. That's not happening. Science changes all the time. We all know that, right? So we need to start looking at things that can possibly happen. The guy that was up here a few people ago, he mentioned things about mental health. Let me ask you all, when was the last time any of you had a mental health evaluation? I've had one. I'm sure Mr. Dunbar's had one, being in the military. I'm sure a few of us have had them. When was the last time any of you have had them? That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Michelle, and I live in your area, and Weddleton's area. So as I've said before, I'm actually represented by Allard and Bronson. These previous people have pretty much said everything I want to say, and I'm going to do something very strange right now. Ms. LaFrance, thank you. Thank you so much for finally pointing out to the people who are terrified of living life and have to just be in a room with everybody with masks, that they can stay home. Okay? Because that's been my problem. And this is why I basically came tonight was, you sit up there and you say, well, you can call in, or you can request in-person testimony. The time I signed up to call in, wow, you didn't call anybody, and I got a call at 11 o'clock at night after I was dead asleep. And Mr. Weddleton told me, you get to choose who gets to do prepared in-person testimony. So if my name comes across, and I've asked for in-person testimony because my job has made me run a little late now, and I didn't hear a word back. And then I finally got an email from Mr. Weddleton who said, you're in charge of choosing who gets to testify. How fair is that? So if I'm not a leftist, I don't get to testify. Maybe if I was a doctor from Providence, you'd give me 45 minutes. So when you say that we can't come in here without masks on because we're exempt, and that you are making accommodations, that is a flat, straight lie. Do you understand that? That's a lie. Because I can call you, I can say I want to do call-in testimony, but when? You can call me at midnight? You know who I am. You know full well who I am. You know I go to work early in the morning. Stop playing these games. Get back to work.
Okay, next, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name's Ryan Nelson. I live in Eagle River. So I didn't prepare too much of a speech tonight. I've been writing down some notes though as I've sat in line here, and you know, as a resident of this city, one man stood up here before, and I heard him say he didn't feel much love from the assembly, and you know, I don't feel much love from you guys either, to tell you the truth. But last night at our meeting, we shut down, and for some reason I don't really understand why. But if you won't mind me going back into the days of AO 2021-92, I'm just gonna go back, give a little history lesson, because I showed up to nearly all those meetings. And I was one of the people who was opposed to the ordinance. And well, I kind of figured that it was an uphill battle, that I and a lot of the other testifiers were going to be able to defeat it because of the substantial majority on this assembly. I was at least hopeful that I would be listened to by some of the members who were on this. And you know, I respect that the gentleman from West Anchorage, he did respond to some of my emails, and he said that he would listen to some of my concerns and that he understood where I was coming from. But on the last assembly meeting, before you guys passed this in the dark of night, you guys silenced the two members who represent my district, because apparently you guys don't have any care whatsoever to question the public and to ask them where they're coming from on an ordinance that has such a heavy weight. And then the gentleman from West Anchorage, who I really did respect, Mr. Presverdia, when you did email me back. That made me feel really happy, and I'm glad you read my emails. But I was disappointed when I saw on Facebook that the gentleman from West Anchorage, he did call for the public process to be halted. So obviously that prevented a lot of other people who wanted to speak on this ordinance from being able to speak. And you know, I understand that there were some things that may have been said from the audience that were quite rough. There were some people who came here who were quite rowdy. But at the end of the day, I think we got to understand, when we pass ordinances in the dead of night without posting it on the addendum the day before, that the public process is pretty much stripped away, and that people feel as though that you guys don't care about what the members of the public have to say. And you know, it's really disappointing that this is where we're at in our city, to where you guys have just stripped away the public process. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you saw, I was going to ask the
Go ahead, Ms.
individual.
Allard. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. I can't remember his first name. Ryan?
Sir, would you come back?
Thank you, Ryan. It's really simple. You said 2021-92. Were you actually referring to 2021-91, just for the public record?
I believe it was 2021-91.
Okay, just for clarification. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Andrea Dolan. This is Jack. We just wanted to come up and mention a couple of things. So I want to know officially when you were removing Mr. Perez-Verdia for not showing up for votes when he didn't have any prior authorization to do so. The public record should reflect that he was snoring on camera and missed 3 different votes. That is actually a huge betrayal to his constituency, especially after he said, "I listened to the people." I felt like he was possibly going to be reasonable and respectful. But you basically have told me that you don't care about me or my son, who's 2 years old and will not wear a mask, period. So I would like to know when he's being removed and replaced immediately, because I believe that's in Robert's rules. If not, please correct me if I'm wrong. Additionally, Mrs. Zalatel, you are not a medical expert, but you have purported yourself to be one. Let me explain to you, and I think this is probably what the gentleman before me was talking about. There's a medication called fluvoxamine that is now being studied for COVID treatments. It is an existing drug. It is treated for OCD, and now they've discovered that it has some interesting side effects that will cover it for, or that will treat COVID symptoms. There's also a drug, and this is, I get really tired of hearing that ivermectin is a horse dewormer, so I'm going to correct you on that right now. Excuse me, do you want a bagel? Yeah, do you want a bagel? Do you want more? Here you go. Ivermectin has been treating people, humans, for decades, and it is one of a very large class of medications that has multi-uses. And now they're discovering that it has uses for COVID. But because it's cheap and it's easy to dispense, people don't want to do that because pharmacies don't make money on that. There's also another drug. I'll talk about 2 other drugs. There's one called prucalopride that's been used for that's being studied for extreme psychiatric disorders. Initially, that one was formulated as a constipation drug. Also wanted to point out that Viagra was initially a heart medication. Yeah, thank you. Here's some bagel. That's Anchorage. It was initially formulated as a heart medication. Had an interesting and unintended side effect. So if people can enjoy boners and enjoy taking a shit, then there's no reason that you can't be respectful and honor their wishes for taking ivermectin or anything else that their doctor says it's okay to take. And it is not your right to tell me that I'm not allowed to breathe and my son is not allowed to breathe because you don't think so. If you were really that worried, you wouldn't be out having a beer with a friend and you wouldn't be here right now. End of story. Bye.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Mark Carr, and
could you pull the microphone a little closer there?
My name is Mark Carr, and I live out on DeArmond Road. And I feel like a lot of the opinions expressed here tonight are not representative of how most of the people in Anchorage feel. And I really thank the Assembly for passing a mask mandate. I think it's really helped our community. It's going to help our community get this pandemic behind us. And it's really looking out for the best interests of our community. And I think a lot of people don't feel comfortable coming here to testify, because of the atmosphere. And I'm sorry that you get such disrespect. And I really thank you for the job you're doing and for looking out for the health of the people of Anchorage. So thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hello, yes. My name is Noria Clark. I'm in West Anchorage. I am sure that at this point you guys are somewhat aware of who I am because I'm constantly up here like a crazy person, which the squeaky wheel gets the grease, so sorry that had to happen. I'm coming here today with a very different message, actually. I think that it's very important right now, Anchorage. This is very specifically for all of you. We need to unite Anchorage. This is not the time for division. Division is how they, whomever you want to say they is, win. Through us understanding each other, we will find that we are more progressive in our views and in how to help our neighbors. So my biggest message so far, please, is to try and unite Anchorage. If you have a disagreement with somebody, sit down and talk to them. I do this regularly. I know it seems like I don't stop talking for a lot of you, and I know it seems like I think that only my opinion matters. That is not the case. Actually, this will probably come quite a bit out of context for me as well. I would actually like to thank the clerk, Barbara Jones. She was lovely the other day when I was there taking a tour, well, not taking a tour, I was an observer for the Recall Meg Zalatal campaign. I found it to be very, very fascinating. I highly recommend that anybody who has an opportunity, they are kind enough to provide you the opportunity to go through and see how voting is actually done in our city. Whether you agree with it or not is up to you. I highly recommend that you ask a lot of questions. I'm not going to go on talking about throwing around things that people were doing anything malicious. I don't necessarily think that was the case. I will tell you, I think that it can be streamlined a little bit better, more organization. I felt like there were not good answers to some of the questions, as there were things maybe that had not come up before. I do think that they actually were very valuable, though, the clerk and everybody else at the election center, in taking the time to explain some of these things to us. So I would highly encourage you to go do that. Find out more. One of the biggest things that we will be battling is if they decide to take away our ability to observe. This will be detrimental to our way of life, no matter what side of the fence you're on. And no offense to anybody on any side here, I don't care if Republican, Democrat, nonpartisan. We don't, when I say we, maybe I don't mean everybody, but I would say a decent group of us, don't necessarily want to be represented by all one side or the other. There are valuable opinions in probably all of you up here. I can't say I've always been a fan, but I'm willing to listen if we can bring the city together. So for all of those of you who hear me hoop and holler and act like a maniac, this is actually who I am as a person. So thank you, Barb Jones. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And we have about 4 minutes left, so please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Cassie Williams, and I wanted to actually address Ms. Andrea, who asked when Perez Verdia was going to be leaving his seat. And you have the kindest eyes ever, you really do, next to Eugene Carl Haberman, God rest him. But my husband, Niall Williams, is actually going to be running for District 3.
Thank you. Welcome, and I believe you'll be our last speaker tonight for the initial audience participation. Please state your name for the record.
I have a quick question, Ms. LaFrance. Do I still get to testify another thing if I do this? Because this I thought was open, just so my clarity.
Are you wanting to testify on another item but also speak to it right now?
Not now. I have something else I want to say.
Oh, yeah, you can testify on whichever public hearing items as long as you don't speak to them or speak to it now.
Okay,
So,
perfect. Thank you.
thanks.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you. I wanted to just say we just had an election, and I've had some concerns about how the city elections have been going on for some time. I've done a lot of door knocking, I've done a lot of phoning, and I have talked to so many people, and I've said this before, People are being sent ballots that haven't lived here, ever. I talked to people from Buffalo, New York that have never lived here. I've talked to people in 16 different states that have never been here. I don't know how they got on the rolls. I'm very concerned about this past election that we had because I know I spoke to many people at their doorstep and they said, you know, I got a ballot in the mail and it was sealed. Called the election office and they said, oh, well, don't open it because then it'll look tampered with and then we won't count it. So they said, well, could I please get another ballot? They never received another ballot. So I'm wondering how many people in this city never got an opportunity to express their vote. That's not acceptable. I think that I've been screaming for a while. Barbara Jones knows this because I've been to the election center. I've asked. We don't even have our own voter rolls. We use the states. That's not acceptable. We need to clean it up. We need to go back to in-person voting. Poll watchers, how do you know if this person's a citizen, if they're of age? These votes are coming in, nobody knows. It's outrageous. This needs to be addressed. It needs to be fixed so that we know that what is happening is accurate. We need to go back to in-person voting. That way, that person, there's no question on the signature. You watch them write it. It's easy. Why are we making this different, especially on a special election when you had so few ballots? I'll come and count the ballots. I will donate my time to count the ballots if that's the problem, because we've got to get this right. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated at the behavior I've seen on the assembly. I don't want to be negative, but to stop a meeting, I mean, there's more quarreling between you guys than any of us. And I would just like to offer, I know you guys have been frustrated because some people have yelled and it's gotten pretty ugly, but let me tell you something. You guys teach people how to treat you. When you're disrespectful to us, what goes around comes around. We don't mean to be disrespectful. We are frustrated. We're unheard. We love this city. We care about this city. And we need to work together to restore it to the beautiful, vibrant, exciting city that I moved to. So you guys, I mean, I think 7th graders could be on this dais and do a better job than what I've seen. It takes you an hour and a half to decide when they have a meeting? Really? And I'm sorry if I just offended 7th graders, but come together and work together yourselves. Know your stuff. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you for your participation. That concludes initial audience participation. Time permitting, there'll be final audience participation at the end of the meeting. I do want to note that for participation and to testify on public hearing items, if you need to sign up, if you want to participate or testify telephonically, you need to sign up by 5 p.m. the night before of the meeting. And yes, we may call you late. The meetings do go late. We don't have a whole lot of control over the time sometimes. And I call the people who are on the list. I don't decide who gets to participate. Okay, so now, ma'am, please. We can answer questions at the break, okay? Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the entire consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I'm going to go down the dais and ask if members would like to pull any items, and we will start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10D1, 10D3, 10D4, and 10D9.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. That was under the 10Ds, Delta, 10D1, 10D3, 10D4, and 10D9. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you have any items to pull tonight?
Nothing for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar, any items?
My items have already been pulled, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, one item in addition, 10F1.
10F Foxtrot 1. Thank you. Mr. Constant, any items?
I have no items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10 Bravo 1. Thank you.
10 Bravo 1. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera, any items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard, any items?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
10G5.
10G5.
Yeah, that was the one that was laid on the table.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, so I'll go over the list of items pulled. 10B1 by Ms. Kennedy. 10D1, 3, 4, and 9 by Mr. Perez-Verdia. 10F1 by Ms. Zalatel, and 10G5 by Mr. Weddleton. Could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded, asking for unanimous consent for approval of the consent agenda minus the pulled items. Seeing no opposition, the consent agenda minus the pulled items has been passed. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we'll now go through and take up those individual items that have been pulled from the consent agenda. We now have before us item 10B1, resolution number AR 2021-351, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for cultivation facilities, Alaska Cannabis Exchange, number M10671, Dream Green Farms, number M10080, BAM Alaska, number M10303, Retail Establishments, The House of Green, number M10302, Alaska Buds, number M10094, Alaska Cannabis Exchange, number M12437, Manufacturing Facilities, Einstein Labs, number M10082, stating the Assembly's waive of protest to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license numbers 10671, 10080, 10303, 10302, 10094, and 12437 for the same establishments, respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take
Waive
certain
reading.
action. Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
I did, thank you. And it's kind of a general question, even though there's a specific license on here that I'm going to refer to, I'm not going to actually mention it, depending on the answer to the question that I'm looking for. There's one license in here, renewal, that had several notices of violation through the state, not through the municipality, but through the state. And so my question is in regard to whether or not we actually, as a municipality, how much attention we might want to give a licensee that is getting these kind of violations from the state versus from our own muni. And in particular with this one, the owner actually refuted some of the claims of the violation. And so it didn't seem to me like there was any real reconciliation on these particular violations. So I'm just curious as to how we actually deal with those and what relationship it really has with our own code enforcement, and whether or not it is of enough issue with a state violation that we need to take a second look at the municipal level. So, thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe the administration may have someone from code enforcement that can speak to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, I am going to attempt. I have been texting feverishly since you asked and I haven't gotten a response. So I'm going to check and see if code enforcement, Jack Frost is on the line, or potentially somebody from community development that can speak to the enforcement interaction between the state and the municipality. Just what I was afraid of, Ms. Kennedy, it is silent. I have not been able to get a hold of them. In general, I will tell you, I know the state code enforcement do work closely with AMCO, the Alcohol Marijuana Control Office at the state. Just from my past experience of being the Deputy Commissioner of Commerce, which that unit was a part of. When it comes to specific violations, as this body contemplates renewal of licenses, it is appropriate for this body to weigh whether it is appropriate based on the infraction. I can have code enforcement follow up with you. I don't know if it's severe enough where you want to bifurcate and hold that license this evening. That is an option for the body, and I just apologize I don't have somebody on the line to answer that question for you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, and I'm really struggling with whether or not to make an issue of this, but the question probably needs to be addressed, at least for future incidents where this may actually be happening. But I think it is it could be problematic to think that there were violations that the state had that we did not. And so I am a little concerned about the fact that we may not really be aware of some of this like we should be, and didn't really have the opportunity to review this particular company. But anyway, I think unless somebody else is really interested in pulling this and bifurcating, I think I'll let it go this time, but I do think it's something we probably need to be very clear on for future licenses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And I've been advised that one option, too, is we could call business license official Mandy Honest and ask her. Would you like to do that? Okay. Mr. Weddleton, we'll go ahead and go to you while we're waiting to get Ms. Honest on the line.
Actually, it would be a good question for Ms. Honest. So I'll wait. I think we could have Crystal's question answered and then go to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We'll come back to you then. And Mr. Constant is in the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. I am interested. I looked through all these licenses. The only one I saw that had issues was a tax issue. Did I miss, what was the item, the license number of concern or name?
Ms. Kennedy, could you repeat it?
Just the license number is M10671.
So 10671. 0671. I can't seem to see. What's the name of the licensee? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, for the question. I was trying not to necessarily point somebody out, a particular business
Wait,
out.
you don't have to. I can look it up on the web.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I respect your attempt to not do that. So my main point, though, I only saw one that had some tax issues, not anything beyond that, is that we do have a history of working closely with our code enforcement and with the state. And I believe our past experience was we did not overlap dual penalties, if you will. We let one entity take charge of an issue when it was theirs. So I would argue that it would be fair to let it proceed and come back and maybe set up a process where we had kind of quarterly reports on violations, ask our team to include state violations so we create a systematic approach to this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So Ms. Honest actually is not available. And I see Ms. Demboski is in the queue.
Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair. I believe Chief of Code Enforcement Jack Frost is on the line now, so he may be able to answer some more questions. Director Frost, Jack, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Kennedy, if you could just repeat your question, he should be able to help you.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ms. Demboski. And Mr. Frost, thank you for joining us. My question is in regard to one of the establishments that is on the resolution tonight to be renewed. And it appeared that in the packet there were at least 2 violations. They were odor related that the state had actually noted against this particular establishment. And my question is in regard to when that happens with those kinds of notifications of violation, how should that be impacting whether or not we look at these establishments for the purposes of renewal, and whether or not there is any reason for us to also be concerned about that? I guess I'm just trying to figure out the connection between the significance of the state's violation versus our own, and certainly if we had put that violation against them from the municipality, we would have had actual record of that. It would have been reported. But in terms of the state here, particularly for this one, they actually refuted the claim. So anyway, I'm just kind of trying to figure out really what the connection is between what the state does and whether or not we have any real role with being concerned about those kind of violations as well, particularly when we're looking at whether or not we would want to renew a license in light of the kinds of any kind of violation, not just this one in particular, but any kind of violation that the state might have versus the fact that we have none. So can you speak to that, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Apologies, Mr. Frost. I did want to let the body know that Ms. Honest is on the bridge now, too. So go ahead, Mr. Frost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They are connected typically in our standard process. If the state of Alaska notices a business or cites a business for a violation, we typically simultaneously will do so as well. If it's a 2 that I'm thinking of, we didn't get notice from the state until 1, if not 2 months later, so it was not a timely situation where we could actually have evidence that a violation had existed, so we did not cite in this case. Because typically we would, and then with due process, that they would have the right to appeal before the administrative hearing officer, and then however that would be adjudicated, then we take that decision to move forward, or not, depending on the order. So if it's what I'm thinking of, I think if the dates that we were notified were almost 6 weeks, 2 months after the fact, when there was no evidence for us to even consider to issue a citation. But again, typically, if there is, we get notified by the state, will simultaneously go out and they will issue their citation under their codes, and we will as well.
Any follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, I think. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Frost. And I guess my question is, really, we don't tend to get too nervous about odor claims. So I'm assuming that we shouldn't be too concerned about the state basically being the one that has noticed the violation. But is there would there be any value to us postponing this one for a deeper look? Thank you.
Thank you. And what we would look for in whether we would make a recommendation on any action would be, is there a sustained pattern of violations? The citations are intended to correct a one-time, hopefully, issue, and then they're corrected and they move forward. So unless we would establish a pattern, we would not usually recommend any action against the business other than the citation, and hopefully that would solve the issue.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Frost. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And Mr. Frost and Ms. Honest, if you could stand by, I've got two other members in the queue. We'll go, oh no, Mr. Weddleton's out. Okay, so we'll go to Mr. Constant.
Thanks, and it is a question for Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost, I know that we get at least semi-regular reports of violations, although there haven't been so many these days. Can we add to that report a list of state violations so we're able to see this in an ongoing manner in a kind of a spreadsheet format?
Yes, Mr. Constant, we do that currently with our monthly or quarterly report. We include the state violations along with ours, and if there are none on either, then we indicate that as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess it's been a while. Thank you very much. It's good to know that we have an opportunity to see these things regularly.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Honest, did you want to add anything to the discussion?
No, through the chair, I believe Mr. Frost covered most of it. I just want to reiterate the fact that we do that quarterly compliance report, and as he stated, we compile it with the MOA and the NOVs that are received from AMCO. So it should show both. Typically, they're separated where the muni violations or notices are listed at the top, and then the AMCO ones are listed underneath. So I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Honest. I don't see any other members in the queue. Oh, is your queue not working, Ms. Allard?
I don't know. I tagged 10B too, but we're on 10B1. That's probably why. I hit the wrong.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. This is for Ms. Honest. It says in the third paragraph at the bottom, and just for clarification, it says if the protest is a conditional protest as defined in the 3 AAC, and then it goes on with the code 306060D2, and the application otherwise meets all criteria set forth by the regulation, the Marijuana Control Board may approve the license renewal, but require the applicant to show the board's satisfaction that the requirements of the local government have been met before the director issues the license. I understand English, but can you just kind of explain that a little bit better of what that actually means, please?
Yes, Ms. Allard, through the chair, this is kind of our boilerplate language for the licenses. The state license has to go hand in hand with the muni license. So we work with AMCO and make sure that the licenses are issued together. So we verify that any requirements that AMCO has are met. Such as the notices of violation. A lot of times AMCO is a little bit longer in their timeline on dealing with either notices of violation going before the board for review or the license applications themselves. The muni is able to process the municipal applications or the violations a lot quicker. And so this is a line that's added to the resolutions to cover the fact that we received the deemed complete application. However, that doesn't mean that the review process has been completed by the state. And if the state finds anything upon their complete review that is lacking, the municipal license hinges on that as well. So as long as all of the municipal requirements have been addressed and the assembly approves it, the municipal license can be issued with the caveat that if the state license is lagging and they find anything that prohibits the state license from being issued, then the muni license will no longer be valid as well.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Can you please tell me again what I thought Ms. Kennedy had said odor issues, but I just got a message saying it wasn't odor issues. Could you tell me what the reason the state is involved with, what the violation was, please?
Through the chair, the 2021 violations that I received, the notices of violations, there were 3, and the one that's dated 6/30/21 is for an odor complaint. The one that's dated 7/27 was for an odor complaint. And then the third one that's dated 9/1 was for a transfer. So it looks like the third one, there was an issue with the package tag that was created for transfer of product.
Miss Honest, can I interrupt you for just a minute, Madam Chair? Is that okay? Yes. I was told it was because state taxes. And I have a concern about that because if they're not, their state taxes aren't paid up within 60 days, they're done. And I'm thinking we probably need to do something, whether we bifurcate or we got to figure this out, because if they're behind in state taxes and we approve this licensing, that could cause an issue.
Through the chair, that's not one that I have received, so it might be one that's still pending and the AMCO hasn't sent to us yet. So I cannot speak on that one. We have received some for others that were delinquent tax, but I don't show Alaska Cannabis Exchange as one currently from what we've received. So I can't speak to that.
Thank you, Ms. Honest. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, actually, Mr. Constant is in the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor it, but there was one in the suite that had a tax issue, but I believe it's taken care of. So it's not this license that we were discussing. It was a separate one.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
And I support moving to vote.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve resolution number AR 2021-351.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Ms. Allard? Do you want me to mark her as absent? She stepped out of the room. Okay.
The motion to approve AR 2021-351 passes 10-0. Before we take up the next 3 items, I want to read a couple things here. Before we begin this series of discussions on confirmations, I want to call attention to Charter Section 5.02, Powers of the Mayor, which states, "The mayor shall appoint all heads of municipal departments subject to confirmation by the Assembly on the basis of professional qualifications." Members are urged to keep in mind that as we consider the motions before us, we want to be careful concerning the reputations of nominees. Questions should be limited to education and work experience. Please be aware of any sensitive personnel issues that may not be legally permissible for discussion in a public forum. If members have relevant questions concerning personal characteristics or habits of the nominee that they believe are germane to the question of the candidate's professional qualifications, we can consult with legal counsel to consider holding a special meeting and executive session on a later date, or offering the nominee the option to request a public discussion here instead of an executive session. And I also want to note that it is not my intent to recreate the confirmation hearings again tonight. So with that, we have before us item 10D1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 634-2021, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing, Daniel Zapay, Solid Waste Services Director, Human Resources Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of November 9th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item, we just need to get a little bit more information, and unfortunately the timeline was off in terms of receiving we had a work session and learned that there was a document that was being produced by the Board of Ethics, but they were not able to meet. And so this gives them time to meet and to produce that information for us. And then we can come back and have this on our next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I have several members in the queue. First, Mr. Rivera, then Mr. Constant, and then Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the motion to postpone action on this appointment, not because I oppose the nomination. I'm probably actually going to be supporting Mr. Zapay for this role, but I think in order for us to fulfill our duty to adequately scrutinize the mayor's appointees, I think we need to give time for the Ethics Board to complete their work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Much the same as Mr. Rivera just suggested. My vote to do this is only to postpone to the Ethics Board review, and I actually found myself to be quite impressed by my meetings with Mr. Zapay, so I look forward to the conversation next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue.
Madam Chair, excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Ellard? It's not working.
And I do have a question for the administration, if possible.
Go ahead, Ms. Ellard.
Thank you. So it looks like that this might be postponed, and this is directed to, I know the mayor's not here to speak on it, and I don't know who the administration would like to, but moving to postpone this, and I understand we're coming into play with Ms. Ennis and the ethics and trying to get that established. Is this going to do anything to, further the ability to approve this? Is the postponement going to affect administration in any way?
Ms. Demboski?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, the administration supports the ability of the body to consider the Board of Ethics determination. A little bit later in the agenda, you'll see that there is a AO that the administration is proposing to be able to meet remotely. One of the challenges is the Board of Ethics hasn't been able to attain a quorum. So if that AO passes, then they'll be able to establish a quorum, then they'll be able to give you a final draft or a final opinion. We do anticipate that is coming, but again, we welcome the opportunity to give the body the information from the Board of Ethics.
Madam Chair, can I just do a quick follow-up?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
I just wanted to have a little bit of clarification from the administration, and I think that was just based on the fact that this is not because specifically Mr. Zapay is being questioned. This is because the Board of Ethics just can't meet.
Correct. Okay. Madam Chair, through Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, Mr. Zappe proactively went to the Board of Ethics, and he asked for a determination on some of his business or previous business holdings. It's not because there's anything nefarious. It's not because the Board of Ethics is conflicted, I don't believe. I believe it's simply because they've been unable to achieve a quorum since that meeting with Mr. Zappe.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Demboski actually explained exactly what I was going to explain, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I think it's worth noting that there is an item on the agenda later today that will allow boards and commissions to meet telephonically or via other means, which is one of the critical pieces in passing so that the Board of Ethics can make a quorum. So we do have an item later on the agenda that needs to be addressed so that we can move forward with this and other processes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to the meeting of November 9th, AM 634, 2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
My machine's not working. I'm a yes. Sorry.
Thank you. Let's make that formal. Ms. Allard?
Yes.
And we have contacted IT. They're right behind you there. Okay.
The motion to postpone AM 634-2021 to the meeting of November 9 passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D3, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 651-2021, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Joe Gerace, AHD Director.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Move to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd.
Second.
Just 1 second.
Second for purposes of discussion.
What's that? I'm not sure if they're hearing.
It wasn't, but I'd still like to record it.
Okay. Ms. Allard, it's my understanding that you made a motion to approve. Which one was it? 651-2021 or 651-2021A?
For Joe. I can't see that far. I don't have my glasses. So A, Joe Gerace.
Okay, 651-2021A.
For, wait,
Ms. Kennedy, did you second?
for the, yeah.
So moved by Ms. Allard and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Go ahead, Ms. Allard. You want to speak?
Okay, now. we
Yeah,
have another-
I guess I'm trying to figure out why we're delaying all these appointments.
I'm sorry. Could you hold on 1 second?
I can.
We're just going to get squared away here on the process.
Now I have a motion to postpone. And I didn't get the date. Did you take a date? So. Yes. Yeah, that would be, yeah, and I'd like to record these motions, and then I think a break would be good.
And because of the first one is for...
So as soon as the clerk records the motions, because we had two, we're going to take a 5-minute break to deal with a technology issue. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get going here again. If folks could take their seats. If Assembly members could go ahead and take their seats, we're going to go ahead and get going here. So we had a motion to approve by Ms. Allard, which was seconded. However, we then had a motion to postpone to a time certain the meeting of November 23rd, and that was also seconded. And Ms. Zelatel, if you would go ahead and speak to your motion to postpone.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing Mr. Durace's resume, he was previously employed by Visit Healthcare. Visit Healthcare is a current contractor through the Anchorage Health Department for COVID-19 response. So much like in the previous discussion we had with Mr. Zapay, we need to refer this to the Ethics Board just to get whatever guardrails may be on with regard to the prior relationship. I've consulted with Ethics Council. They are prepared to start that inquiry and do that. The quickest they can do that process is before the 23rd so that we will have it in advance. Partly it's because an initial ethics opinion and some conversations with Mr. Durace need to happen, and then they'll draft the opinion and convene the board. So they did not think they could conclude all of that by the 9th, but the 23rd would be doable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to add that similar to the last one, these delays are unfortunate. We, I think in many ways, like to move forward with some of these, but it's more of a process challenge in terms of when these meetings can happen and when we can get the information necessary for us to ensure that we're making an informed choice. And so I just wanted to reinforce that this is in no way a reflection on, at least on my vote for these candidates. This is simply a process challenge, and we would appreciate a yes vote on this so that we can complete the process of vetting these nominations and then move forward in a timely manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I'd speak against the postponement, and I know we did it for Mr. Zapay, but this is a very different situation. Things are very intense right now, dealing with the Sullivan Arena, COVID-19, all the stuff that the health department is saddled with, and you can see the funding items coming up, and we need someone who is not acting. He's in that position. We deal with so many different, nonprofit providers and philanthropy and so on, state agencies. We need them to know that this is the person who we'll be dealing with. And if we postpone it for another month, so much is going to happen in this month that I think we need to have someone there that we said is solid there. Now, going to the Ethics Committee, likely what we'll get, we expect this in the other case as well, is really just what guardrails will there be to prevent any conflict of interest. We certainly wouldn't expect it to be something that would preclude the candidate or appointee from having the job. So I'd say go ahead, send it to the Board of Ethics and say what guardrails do they recommend to prevent a conflict. But in the meantime, we need to get Mr. Drace approved and working in a fully fledged capacity. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're in the middle of a pandemic. This is the second health director that has stepped up to provide the great city of Anchorage assistance. And I don't want to continue to intimidate. I feel like it's intimidation tactics sometimes of community members not wanting to come forward because they have a great past history, but it can be used against them. So I would like to ask the administration, if it's okay, Madam Chair, of how not having a health director approved and on board could impact our COVID litigations, our mitigations, and the pandemic we're currently in. And I guess that could go to Nikki Shabaka, if he's available to answer that.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, thank you, Assemblymember Allard. I guess I first want to just state or echo what Assemblymember Perez-Verdia just shared, that it is obviously important, and we respect the work that the Assembly is doing to dot its I's and cross its T's. Process is important, and so we are entirely supportive of that and certainly going through that ethics process. I would, in answer to your question, Assemblymember Allard, Mr. Gervais has been doing a phenomenal job at the head of this department since day one. He is working insane hours, and he's just very, very impressive. So the work of the department will continue. The problem is, to the point that Assemblymember Weddleton just made, is there is a significant amount of instability and anxiety that comes with having a leader put in, a leader taken out, a leader put in, a leader postponed, right? It does affect the health of the department, the dynamics of the department, and of course the ability for the person leading the department to act with confidence in making the executive decisions he or she needs to be able to make. So I would respectfully ask that the Assembly consider Assemblymember Weddleton's proposal. I see that Mr. Gervais was simply an employee of this other company. He had no ownership interest in it whatsoever. It's hard to see where there would be an actual conflict of interest that would arise, but to the extent there is a concern about one, those issues can be addressed while making sure that we have a solid, stable leadership position at the head of that department going forward. So I would respectfully request that the Assembly consider putting Mr. Gervais forward now. We are in the midst of a pandemic. This Assembly has shown concern about that and articulated severe concern about that. I think putting forward this confirmation would be consistent with what this Assembly has articulated regarding its concerns about the severity of this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shabaka. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support this motion to postpone so that we can get a decision from the Ethics Board. And again, this does not speak to whether or not I consider Mr. Gervais a good pick for the position. And by all accounts, he has been working extremely hard during this pandemic, as the other folks on this dais have noted. Visit Healthcare, at which he was more than just an employee, he was a fairly senior employee, which is why he's qualified to be the director of our health department, is a massive contract for the municipality right now, and with which we have spent millions upon millions of dollars. If it was a small company, perhaps this would present a little bit less of a challenge, but I think given the nature of our relationship with Visit Healthcare right now, I would like to see those guardrails you mentioned that could be laid out by the Ethics Board. I'll say also, I don't believe that being the acting director necessarily limits the power. I mean, it certainly doesn't legally limit the authority, I don't believe. And I hope that Mr. Gervais will continue to work on issues like the Sullivan Arena, as he has been doing, and the department as a whole will continue to function well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is probably more geared toward the administration, and maybe Mr. Shabaka, or even if legal counsel, Mr. Burke, is online, either one of them might want to address this one. But I was just wondering if there was any particular conversation in regards to the potential ethical violation when you all were even reviewing the application, knowing what Mr. Gervais's employment history was. What kind of conversation was there about there being a potential conflict of interest? And then once that was reconciled in order to be able to put him forward, my other question then would be, if there was such a thing as the ethics committee to be tasked with this idea of coming up with some kind of parameters or guardrails or whatever, what could that potentially look like? Because if there's something that an ethics committee would typically do in a situation like that to provide guardrails, I think we could probably go ahead and do that tonight without having to wait on an ethics board to particularly determine that. So, so two questions there. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy. This is Amy Domboski, Municipal Manager. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't wait for you to call on me. The conversation was had with Mr. Drace about his past employment, what his role was, what his role would be. As Mr. Shabaka stated, Mr. Drace has had no ownership interest, and Mr. Drace is not the one who is the determining factor on the contract. So with that said, I'm his direct supervisor as the municipal manager. If an issue came up with the RFP process, if we're going to go out to bid for another one, the purchasing director's here, she could answer questions, but it would likely be a competitive process. And because just out of an abundance of caution, I could see potentially I would probably just step in and tell Mr. Drace I didn't want him to be the one to be on a review or selection committee. I would just probably exclude him just because he was an employee of Visit Health. I don't think his employment with Visit Health, again, he has no ownership interest, he has no financial interest. In fact, he's an asset to the municipality because as he's come in, he immediately told us all the places we could cut their contract back in order to save money. And so his knowledge, his experience simply has saved the municipality of Anchorage already thousands and thousands of dollars in what otherwise would have been a more expensive contract. So I think through that, again, he had no ability, he had to go through me in order to effectuate any changes because, again, I'm his direct supervisor. So if there were to be sidebars put on, I would say that would be it. It would be if there's any concern through a competitive process, I just simply wouldn't put him on a selection committee. I think that would be appropriate. I think that would be fine, especially if the Assembly, as they are now, expressing a desire to have a little bit more oversight on it. That wouldn't be an issue. Mr. Drace is here. If Assembly members would like to ask him questions about his role and what potential conflicts, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to answer those questions right now.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ms. Kennedy? Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Ms. Domboski's answer, but I think what I would like to do is still hear from Ethics Council. It has been the practice of the municipality to have employees disclose to ethics where they could have ongoing interactions and relationships with past employers and to get those guardrails and side rails. That, I believe, didn't occur as quickly as maybe we would have liked in this instance. I fully believe that Mr. Drace will continue to work very hard for the municipality, and he's provided some significant stability at the health department during his time there, and that he can continue to do that in the acting capacity while we do our due diligence and fulfill our role in this process, which is to get the appropriate information from the appropriate source, which in this instance I believe is Ethics Council and the Ethics Board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Ethics Council is on the phone. Deannis is on the phone if you'd like to ask that question.
Ms. LaFrance? Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Domboski. Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to do, was ask Ms. Ennis. And first, I wanted to state that I lean in support of this appointment of Mr. Drace and recognize that this is a really challenging period to be taking the helm of the health department. And
this is Deannis. May I address the issue?
Thank you, Ms. Ennis. Actually, would you address...
I'm having trouble hearing you. Are you having trouble hearing me at all?
I'm sorry, Ms. Ennis?
Is there a delay?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. 1 second, please.
Ms. Ennis?
Well, if you can hear me, I will go ahead. As I'm both the attorney for the Ethics Board and the Municipal Ethics Officer, and oftentimes new directors come to us, sometimes voluntarily, other times not, and we look at, what are the potential conflicts. Almost all new directors will have some type of conflict. That's why we chose them. They come from expertise within a certain area. They have contacts. So that's very, very common. And again, most of these are voluntary. It's a collaborative effort. Where are the side rails? So it'd be very unusual, especially from what I know of this particular matter, that the ethics board would ever say, no, this person is conflicted out. It would simply be some side rails. And as Ms. Dombrowski suggested, that is generally in a contract situation is selection, administration of that contract. So there are very concrete matters that we look for. We give very specific advice. But it's very unlikely that looking into this matter would ever result in a recommendation that this person not be retained. It'd simply be, here are some of the side rails.
Thank you, Ms. Ennis. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Madam Chair, I do have a couple things I want to say, but I missed the last part of what Ms. Ennis said, and I think it was pretty important. I'm wondering if there's a way that we can hear that, because I don't think it was clear.
Madam Chair, should I repeat?
Ms. Ennis, yes, and would you speak slower, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I was saying that it would be very unusual that we would actually find that a candidate should not be retained due to conflict of interest. The question before the ethics board is management of that conflict. What are the side rails that are important? And in a contract situation, as Ms. Dombrowski alluded to, it might be, it certainly cannot be on a selection process. It would involve that contractor or administer that contract. So we look at where can we delegate or how can this be handled. Most of our directors come from the field. They have expertise, and so they necessarily have some conflict. It's how do you manage that.
Thank you, Ms. Ennis. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
That was a little bit better, not much better, but I believe what I'm hearing Ms. Ennis say is that it is unlikely that they are going to find anything that would preclude him from serving in that role, and I appreciate that. I guess my question is it not standard practice for employees like this at this level who have a potential conflict of some kind to go to the ethics board and for that information to be provided to the assembly prior to the body making a decision? It's my understanding that this is pretty standard practice, and that the challenge is simply the timing of it and the ability of the ethics board to meet prior to our decision. So I need one clarification on that in terms of if this is relatively standard for executive appointments who have a potential to have some kind of conflict, not saying that he does, but for that information to be in front of the assembly prior to a decision being made. So that's a question for Ms. Ennis or Mr. Dombrowski, either.
Ms. Ennis, are you still with us?
Ms. Ennis, it has not been standard practice. It's just been initiated in the last year or two. In fact, until about 2 to 3 years ago, the ethics board waited for complaints or requests for advisory opinions. Now the clerk of the court, myself, and the ombudsman can bring people before the board. So it's becoming more and more routine now, but it is not standard practice.
Thank you. I just wanted to put back on the record that as chair of the Health Policy Committee, I've had the opportunity to meet with and work with the acting health director, and have been very impressed with him, and feel very confident about moving forward. I'm concerned about not having all of the information that we need in order to make that decision, and I'm also not in agreement with the idea that pausing on this for a few weeks has any detrimental impact on his ability to do his job. He's doing his job well, and I think that he can continue to do that job as an acting director until we get all the information, and then can move forward with this appointment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I'm a little bit concerned is because we just heard from legal, our ethics attorney, that this isn't standard practice. And it seems that if we disagree with legal, we kind of go rogue. And I would encourage everybody to no vote on this. Another follow-up reason is, as assembly members and as a body, if we have a conflict of interest, we disclose that, and we remove ourselves from the vote if there is a conflict determined. And I believe the administration, and I would actually like to ask Mr. Durace if he could come up here, and if he feels there is a conflict, how he would address that.
Ms. Allard, I will entertain the question, though it is not necessarily to postpone. Go ahead, Mr. Gerard.
Thank you. Thank you to the
Durace,
Assembly.
I'm sorry.
Pardon me, ma'am, for speaking over you. To the Assembly member's question through the chair, I run all major decisions through my boss, the municipal manager. As you're well aware, there's a contracting process set into law, and so that process would protect the law would protect the process. In addition to my supervisor, I would not be acting alone in any decision related to Visit Healthcare, even as we've made incremental reductions. Most of the actions I've taken in regards to Visit Healthcare have all been negative versus reductions, reducing some of their throughput. So I don't see where any of those decisions I've even done, the littlest ones, were in partnership with my bosses. So I would continue to do that. It's not going to change by being the director officially.
Madam Chair, would you allow me to do a quick follow-up?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. My question is, and this might seem a little odd, but I don't think so. It goes towards your character. And on a scale, and you can say it however you want, if it's not on a scale, it's fine. Where do you hold your values and your character and your integrity?
Wow, that's a great question. I would never make a decision that would put myself at risk for being questioned, and I don't see, especially for a company that I have no interest in at all. If I was interested in being with them, I would be there still. I came to you to serve the city, and that's what I'm doing standing here, and I think my record shows that with everything I do from the Red Cross on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is, if we were to, I'm sorry, Mr. Drace, I actually don't have a specific question for you, okay. But thank you for being there, and obviously you might want to stick close, but you are, so. My question is, if we were to go ahead and move on tonight with a confirmation vote, I mean, we've heard a lot of positive things already, but if we were to do that, that would not preclude the Ethics Commission from still making any kind of decision and then letting us know what that is, to just kind of further put whatever guardrails they think might need to be on it for the future. So I guess I don't really see the value in waiting, considering we would like to have this position locked in for a lot of different reasons that members have already expressed. So it just seems to me that we could actually go ahead with this confirmation hearing tonight, and then whatever additional thoughts that the Ethics Commission thinks they would like to submit to us would absolutely then go to Ms. Demboski and to Mr. Durace in terms of how they move forward and function in the future. So I would suggest that we vote down the motion to postpone, especially for as late a date as November 23rd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I know we've been talking about this a while, so I'll be quick. So I just wanted to clarify something that I heard from the Department of Law. So the Department of Law did state that sort of in the long term, it has not been the practice of this body to postpone, but the Department of Law did state very clearly that in the short term, so the last 1 or 2 years, it has become our practice to postpone. So that is well before the current administration came on board. We have been initiating this practice, and from my perspective, I think it is a good practice for us to continue this and make it an expectation that this occur for any appointments brought before us, because as the administration stated, this is us doing our job of crossing the T's, dotting the I's. So with that, I will be supporting this motion to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy, are you back in the queue? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to move to amend the postponement date from November 23rd to November 9th.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made to amend the postponed date to November 9th. Is that correct?
I believe that's the date of the next
Okay.
assembly meeting
Has
after
been
this one.
Seconded by Ms. Allard. Would you like to speak to that, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, real briefly. I think this is kind of maybe a compromise between waiting a full month, and we're already asking the Ethics Commission to meet for one of the previous appointments. And if we do manage to follow through on one of the other ordinances that are in our on the agenda tonight, where we can kind of help them in terms of how they can help meet their quorum requirements, I think they can probably tackle both of these at the same time and give us an answer a little more quickly than having to wait till November 23rd. So I would just hope that we could support the idea of just trying to expedite this a bit and moving up the postponement to the 9th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to express concern about the amount of time this is taking and effort for something that's really simple. I believe that this nominee is going to be confirmed. I don't know that, but we're simply trying to follow the process, and this is why we postponed the nomination prior to this, and it was agreed upon for the same exact reason. And so I'm concerned that we're spending so much time on this. Second, the reason that it was postponed to that meeting is because Ms. Ennis informed us that the Ethics Committee could not meet and to accomplish both of these at the next meeting, and that they needed the additional time in order to complete their process. This has nothing to do with anything other than process and us making sure we have the information necessary for us to make a good decision. So I would just really encourage us to move forward, postpone this, and move on with the business that we have to take care of tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a hard time hearing Ms. Ennis state that they couldn't get both done by the 9th of November, and I agree that we just have to compromise. Could Ms. Ennis speak to that just real quickly, Madam Chair?
Ms. Ennis?
Yes. Given the urgency of this matter, I think I can commit that the Ethics Board will do their best to get both of them done by November 9th.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ennis. Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I'm having a really hard time. Did she say yes or no?
Ms. Ennis, I just want to confirm that you said that, yes, you would be able, the Ethics Board would be able to deliver an opinion and guidelines, guardrails by November 9th or before the meeting of November 9th.
Yes, we will do our very best.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Just wanted to put on the record, Ms. Ennis, can you confirm also that through email you informed members of the Assembly previously that that was not able to be done, but now you're informing us that it is able to be done. Is that correct?
That is correct, in light of the urgency expressed tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Ms. Ennis. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to postpone AM 651-2021A to the meeting of November 9.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone AM 651-2021A to the meeting of November 9th passes 11-0. Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. In trying to get our business done, I jumped ahead. That was just the amendment. Sorry, folks. So now we have AM 651-2021A as amended to reflect a date of November 9, when it will be before us.
So you voted on the amendment to the motion to postpone. So now you're voting on the motion to postpone. Okay, good. I want to make sure.
So we are now voting on the motion to postpone AM 651-2021A to the meeting of November 9. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone AM 651-2021A to the meeting of November 9 passes 9-2. We now have before us item 10D4, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 652-2021, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing, James Weingartner, Director of Real Estate. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Mr. Weingartner has absolutely stepped forward in the ability to lead his real estate team. I've had several conversations with him, and he's highly qualified to do it. And at this point, there's no reason for us not to approve Mr. Weingartner, and he has my full support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
I would support this as a appointment to real estate director, but we also have been spoiled over the last number of years to have someone fill the real estate director position and the Heritage Land Bank director position and do an amazing job at both. And I understand that's the expectation with this as well. But my takeaway with our discussions is that this candidate is probably good at real estate stuff, but Heritage Land Bank does a whole lot of managing lands. It has a lot of public purpose involved. It's very much different than kind of pure real estate transactions. So support for this is also hinged on, and we'll discuss this when we get into the budget process, is that we should get someone to be a director of Heritage Land Bank who's got experience managing public lands. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like the administration to speak to what Mr. Weddleton just brought up in terms of the role of this position and the role specifically related to the Heritage Land Bank and what the expectation is in terms of their responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdilla. There is a position currently budgeted for HLB that we are looking at. As I'm being consulted by Mr. Baker, I'm looking to make sure I'm correct. But we're happy to review that position, and I'll just turn it over to Mr. Baker to see if he wants to add anything additionally, because he's more in tune with this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Ms. Perez-Verdilla, I believe you asked the question. Or no, Mr. Weddleton asked the question. And specifically, that is a budgeted position within the current municipal budget that's been submitted. And as we get through the process and select the director, we'll take all that under consideration in that selection process. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I make it into the queue after a few others have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to confirm with the administration that the HLB director, actually, I don't know. Is the HLB director a confirmed appointment or not? That is, will we get a chance to vote on the HLB director or not?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I'm going to give you a partial answer because I can't specifically answer, but what I do know is what I've been told is the HLB director recommendation would flow through the HLB board first for recommendations or for potential nominees. But what I will say is today Mr. Weingartner is not being recommended for that position. He's only being recommended in before the body for confirmation for Director of Real Estate. So at this point, we are not moving him forward currently for HLB Director. It's just for Real Estate Director today.
Thank you, Ms. Zimbowski. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard, for a second final time in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Naboski, for bringing that up. That's a very good point, that we shouldn't assume that administration is going to do something that they currently haven't. I'd also like to ask the administration if we do combine the Director of Real Estate, Mr. Weingartner, and he is also leading the charge on being the HLB. Would this save taxpayer money by not filling the slot with another individual?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, if it was the will of the body for that to occur, I think it probably would save taxpayer money. As we said, we've been a little spoiled with Robin Ward previously holding these positions. But I would say, again, the administration hasn't made the assertion at this point that I'm aware of that we have made the decision yet whether we think Mr. Weingartner would fill the HLB role as well. But again, if that's going to happen, that happens through the codified process in law. So tonight, the only question before the body is, shall he be confirmed as a real estate director? We're not at this point broaching the HLB discussion. If that happens, it'll certainly be a public discussion. And as I said, there's a process codified in law that it has to go through the Heritage Land Bank Advisory Board. So, it's already a codified process to do that portion if we do combine them. If we did combine them, yes, it would save taxpayer money. You wouldn't be paying for two people. You'd have one person who does both jobs.
Madam Chair, can I just do a follow-up comment, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, the administration said we're not voting on anything other than approving Mr. Weingartner as being our real estate director. And if in the future there is something that needs to come before the body, they're going to bring it before the body. There is no reason at this point at all not to vote to approve Mr. Weingartner, since we're only approving him to be the Director of Real Estate. And if somebody could bring something forward that says otherwise, or somebody could bring something forward that is a conflict, or they have raised other issues, then I say we do it tonight. Otherwise, we need to approve Mr. Weingartner to do the directory, be the Director of the Real Estate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And I need to confirm with you as the mover and Ms. Kennedy as the second that you move the A version. 652-2021A.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 652-2021A.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant? Mr. Constant, are you there? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Mr. Constant? Mr. Constant, are you there? Okay. Record him as absent. Do you want me to record him as absent?
Yes, please, sorry.
Oh,
The motion to approve 652-2021 fails 5-5. We now have before us item 10D9. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 697-2021, non-encumbering annual supply contract with Cook Inlet Marketing Group to provide gasoline and diesel fueling services for the Municipality of Anchorage Purchasing Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept or approve? Sorry. Move to approve?
Hello?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So moved by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia, and then I believe we were joined, is that you, Mr. Constant?
Yes, I'm not sure what just happened. I got kicked out, so I'm back.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Perez-Verdia, you had pulled this item?
Yes, I'll speak to it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just had two questions for the administration on this. In the materials, it says that both other bids were, quote, non-responsive, and I just want to get clarification as to what that means. There were 3 bids, and there was 1 bid chosen. The other 2 were considered non-responsive. I wanted to get clarification on that. And also, the second question was, I wanted to understand this $9 million and how it compared to previous contracts and how if this is more or less or different than what we've done in the past.
Ms. Navosky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe Lance Wildber, Director of Public Works, or Kent Colhayes may be on the line who can talk about how this contract compares to other contracts. Lance or Kent, are you on the line? All right, I'm sorry that they are not available to answer the question, but I have had good discussions with them, and they said this is our standard contract that we do for bulk fuel throughout year over year. So this will be it'll be a bulk, and then once you approve it, then they draw off of this contract throughout the year. I hope that somewhat answers your question. With respect to the non-responsive other 2 bidders, the purchasing director, Rochelle Alger's here, and she should be able to answer a couple of questions for you. I'm just going to step aside, share the mic.
Through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, one of the bidders was deemed non-responsive because according to code 7.20.020F, solicitation and acceptance of bids shall be accepted unconditionally, and the bidder modified the bid documents. The other one, give me just one second. The other bidder did not provide a price, therefore deemed non-responsive.
Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-up, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand the bidding process, and so it was a competitive process, but the 2 of them were disqualified from the process. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, yes, they were deemed non-responsive. One, it was an ITB. One altered the invitation to bid, altered our documents, and the other one just didn't. They provided a response, but no price.
Okay. So I guess there's just the question is, do you still consider this a I guess my question is why wouldn't we go back out for bid so that we had 3 viable candidates and we're able to analyze them based on the criteria that they received? It feels not like a competitive process, but the fact that we got 1 bid. So I'm just trying to understand how, if they were deemed not qualified, how we can see that as being a competitive process.
The ITB process is for lack of a better words, take it or leave it. So we send an invitation to bid. When the bid comes in, it's very black or white. It appears we did an RFI trying to see who would be interested in that, and we also didn't receive much response. So we genuinely reached out and tried to do the best that we could.
Okay, it looks like someone else is in the queue, so I'll let them speak next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Mr. Perez-Verdia for pulling this one. I had a couple of notes on my paper. Why do we do this contract on a multi-year basis and then with additional 1-year options instead of year to year? And then is the 37% or 37 cent discount on market prices, is that fixed or does that change throughout the contracting period? So I understood the discount to be based on market prices so that we get the discount however the amount is at the pump. But I didn't know if that remains static throughout the entire contract. Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Zalatel. Typically, we put these out for, when we put them out to bid, we ask for multi-year contracts. However, they go year to year. They are not automatically guaranteed each extension. This provides us an opportunity to look at the market, and if the market has remained stagnant, then we can exercise an option. If it has not, then that gives us the ability to put things back out to bid so that we can achieve the best savings. To answer your other question, I need to pull up the documents to review them, if you will, and I am having a little bit of a trouble doing that because I forgot my glasses today, so if I could have a little bit of time to do that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'm happy to take that answer offline. I just really wanted to understand exactly how the discount worked. I did notice, am I okay to follow up? I'm sorry, Madam Chair. That the initial contract period here is the December 1st, 2021 through November 30th, 2024. So this does lock us in though for 2 years at this rate. Is that an accurate reading?
Through the chair, Ms. Zalatel. Again, I need to pull up the contract if you would allow me the time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And we do have one other member in the queue. And before I go to you, Mr. Constant, there's someone online? Lance Wilbur's on the phone. Okay, Lance Wilbur's online as well. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Question for Ms. Alger. Was there any bid review request made by any of the other bidders, or is this just kind of straightforward and everyone just kind of accepted the fact that they made their mistakes?
Mr. Constant, would you repeat your question? We're having some difficulty hearing you. If you could
I'm not sure what's wrong with the connection tonight. The question is for Ms. Alger. The question is, did any of the bidders request a bid review, or did they just accept that they made mistakes and carry on?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant. No, the other bidders did not request a review.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that Mr. Wilbur is on the phone, I'm hoping that he can speak to this contract in comparison to past. We don't have a way to compare this to other bidders, so I'm seeking some assurance that this is a competitive, and this is within the normal range we should be thinking about for a contract of this size and scope. So if he could provide me some context, because we don't have a comparison in terms of the bidding process, if he can provide me some context in terms of past contracts like this.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Wilbur?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Lance Wilbur, the Director of Public Works. Through the Chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, I would say that the process is comparable and compatible to what we've done in the past. But what we are seeing now is how vendors are bidding, and they all three bid the same way. In the past, prospective vendors would use basically the oil price index as their base price, and then they would provide us a discount from that price as well. However, under the current market, all of the three bidders are not using the oil price index to give us a bid. They are all using the retail price, and then they give us a cut or a reduction in that retail price. So the winning bidder gave us the best. They started with the retail, and then they basically offered us a discount on that retail price. And so that was why we selected this bidder.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I apologize. I can't hear very well on the phone, and I want to make sure that I might be repeating this question. But to Mr. Wilbur or even to Rochelle, locking in the price of the fuel versus a volatile market is what we're looking at doing. Is this standard practice, and I know the answer, but is this standard practice within the oil industry and the gas industry, please?
Ms. Elgar, would you like to respond?
Through the chair, Ms. Allard, yeah, it is standard. We've seen airline companies do that. We've seen other larger industries do that so that they can forecast their budgets and prevent additional costs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, actually, I just want to circle back. Ms. Elatel, did you get your questions answered?
I'm comfortable voting on the item and getting the final responses to my questions offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 697-2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to approve AM 697-2021 passes 11-0. We now have before us...
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Allard, what is your motion?
Thank you. I'm not really sure how to ask this question, but I would like to find out if I think it would be considered the prevailing side in reference to Mr. Weingartner. So it failed. So I would assume that the individuals who voted no against him, I would ask if there was a member of the body who would consider a reconsider vote for reconsideration.
Ms. Allard.
This is the ability to allow Mr. Constant to vote, since he was missing from that vote, Madam Chair.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Allard. What I would like to do is just go ahead and finish with the consent agenda items and then address the procedural aspects to your question during the break.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We now have before us item 10F1, Information Memorandum Number AIM 175-2021, Emergency Procurements awarded under AMC 7.20.090 Purchasing Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of November 9th.
Is there a second?
Forrest, will you second it?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these emergency procurements, I have a lot of questions before we accept this document. These procurements total approximately $1.5 million. And in looking back to where these contracts started, they were all authorized. All these purchase orders numbers were authorized and funded through interfund loans through the 101 fund. But when requested to know what the payment for each contract listed on the page was, it was shown, or I was told it's from Fund 401800, otherwise known as the Capital Improvement Program Fund. So I'm a little bit worried that there could have been a reappropriation of those funds, which were appropriated under AO 2020-99, specifically into the Capital Improvement Fund, and hadn't been reappropriated otherwise. I don't believe the emergency procurement mechanism would be an appropriate way to do that. So I think we need some time to explore when funds can be used from a different fund source than what was authorized under the initial contract before accepting this item. I asked some questions, I got a few answers, and I really appreciate those, but I really want some more time to explore this, as well as why we continue to do emergency procurements, specifically when these are predictable costs that are moving through the municipality at this time and could be anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalotel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like a member of the administration to further explain this, this AIM, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard, and I note that Mr. Frisk is in the queue, and so perhaps you would want to hear from him. Mr. Frisk?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Allard, to answer, to discuss this, I need to go back to Ms. Zeltel, because I'm not exactly sure who provided you information with respect to that this was done through the SIP program. These funds specifically were off of the Ordinance 2021-082, which if you go back and look, it was a $4.6 million request that was an interfund loan. And so I'm not clear where that information, who provided it to you and such. You did ask me yesterday to research this, and I did, and I was prepared to discuss that. It is AO 2021-082.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fisk, for that clarification. When I asked the question, I said, what is the fund source being used for payment for each contract? And the response I received from the municipal manager was interfund loan from 401-800 to 231-802. That's what raised my concern. And that's why I wanted to go back and look at those purchase orders to look at what the original fund source was. I think
Madam
that
Chair.
there is some confusion, and that is why I've asked for the postponement.
That would be fine.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question to the administration, please, just for clarification?
Ms. Allard, you're not in the queue, but since no one else...
I wasn't able to do a follow-up, and I was trying to...
so you can go ahead, and then we have Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So just for clarification, is Mr. Frisk saying that he is okay with the postponement?
Madam Chair, through the chair, Ms. Allard, yes, I am okay with the postponement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This is, I think, a question for legal or maybe for finance. I'm not sure. What is the requirement for this report? Meaning, is this a code requirement? Is this just an agreement? Because if it's a code requirement, I'd like to review the code. I think we should actually add a line, a column that is the fund source. And so I don't know if that's a code requirement or just something that we can ask.
Mr. Constant, is that directed to legal?
I'm not sure who's best to answer that question. I don't know if this report is a code requirement. If it is the content a code requirement? If it's not, then I would like to just simply ask we add a column to this report. If it is, then we have to have a longer discussion.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Dembowski?
Madam Chair, I'll defer to Assembly Counsel. He looks very excited to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Mr. Gates?
I'm not sure I'm excited, but I will answer. I was going to pull up the ordinance that recently amended code last spring and read from that, but I need just a second there. And if I understood, the question was, what does code say about what's required for this report? And the reports required under code, we passed AU 2021-33 as last May, and I'm sorry, I'm having some trouble with my computer here. The reports required state a few things. It has to have a few elements, and what's required in the report is I'm sorry, I can.
I seem to have lost every audio.
We're still here, Mr. Constant. Mr. Gates is looking up the code.
Oh, thank you.
So yes, excuse me. So it's in the section 7. I'm sorry. Well, I'll give you the section in a second. But contracts awarded under the emergency procurement section require a report, and the report, quote, shall include justification for the contract, all costs of the contract, and identification of the persons or entity awarded the contract. And then we have for the A2 subsection of that code section, which are the ones awarded by the mayor, determining there's an emergency necessitating the contract. Waivers granted under A2 shall be reported in writing to the Assembly within 24 hours of issuance, and the Assembly may revoke a waiver by resolution. We've had a number of discussions about that and what it means, because the contracts are already awarded, and if they're revoked after it's been executed and their services have begun, it might be problematic, so that should be one of the things to consider. But the avenue to revoke an emergency procurement is there in code.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
this is
Gates.
Section 7.
Oh.
Helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Dembowski?
Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. To Ms. Zalatel, when I make a mistake, I will own it. I just looked into my email address, and I think I copied and pasted the wrong thing to you. I'm going to read to you, just so it's on the record, and I'll forward you the email as well from purchasing. When you asked what is the fund source being used for payment for each contract, this is what purchasing provided me. The area-wide general capital improvement project CIP fund 401800 previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended and now reappropriated to the COVID-19 fund. So that's the answer I was given. I just made a mistake. Sorry. I don't know if that raises more questions than answers, and it may. So I'll be happy to share this with you in its totality.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. I appreciate that. If there's a citation as to when that fund was reappropriated to allow for that, I mean, that's the piece that I think is missing and why I've asked for the postponement so that we can look into this further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not opposed to postponing this item, but very similar to the audits, postponing of this item doesn't necessarily sort of do anything in particular other than give us time to explore this further. So I guess a question to the mover, Ms. Zalatil, is the intent here that we postpone this and then have a work session to explore the items that are outlined in the report, just so I can get a little bit of clarity on the how we are moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Rivera. It's my intent to explore how we ended up with this particular fund source funding these purchases under the emergency procurements. I also wish to postpone so that there's time to research and determine, after I learn more, if I should avail myself of the option to bring a resolution to revoke these emergency procurements if the fund source is the capital improvement program and there has not been a reappropriation for this particular purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Any follow-up, Mr. Rivera?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AIM 175-2021 to the meeting of November 9th.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone passes 10-1. We now have our final item on the consent agenda before us. This was a laid on the table item for introduction, 10G5, ordinance number AO 2021-XXX, and an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 21.09.050, use regulations to increase the square footage allowed for health services in the GC-7 Townsite Square Commercial District in Girdwood. Girdwood Board of Supervisors, Assemblymember Weddleton and Assembly Chair LaFrance. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
I'd move to remand it to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
That's standard practice. It's a change to Title 21, so it should go through the Planning Commission, then it will come back to us.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to refer item 10G5 to the Committee, Commission, Planning and Zoning.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, my computer dropped off. Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? How do you vote?
Yes. And help from IT.
The motion to refer this item to Planning and Zoning Committee passes 11-0. Planning and Zoning Commission. Okay, that concludes our consent agenda. We'll go ahead and take our break now, and we'll come back by 8:15. When we do come back, it is my intent to open the budget public hearing items, and these are items 14A through 14J. Thank you all for being here and for being patient. I know a number of you are here to testify in the budget. Thank you.
Phone check. Mr. Peterson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera, are you there?
I'm here.
Thank you. Oops, Mr. Constant, are you there? Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Mr. Constant? Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get going here. Okay, before I open the first public hearing on the budget items, I just want to respond to Ms. Allard's point of order earlier regarding a question of reconsideration. And because the vote was a tie vote, or it was 5-5 and it failed, someone who voted no would need to, if they had a desire to reconsider the motion, would need to put that forward and for it to be, and it would need to be seconded. However, I am asking that if that's something a member is inclined to do, that if we could come back to it after we go through the budget hearings, because we are running pretty late.
Madam Chair, can I just make a quick comment, please?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I just wanted to reiterate, this is just, I think Mr. Constant accidentally got booted off, or because sometimes the phones, and it just gives him an opportunity to vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and begin with public hearings for items 14A through 14J. And these are budget items, and this is the first of 2 public hearings for each item. The second will be at the meeting of November 9. So we'll go through these, and at the conclusion I'll close it, and then there'll be a second public hearing again for each item, 14A through 14J, on the meeting of November 9. So we now have before us item 14A, first public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-96, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to be heard? Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. And just a quick reminder to folks too to please stay on topic when you testify and to direct your comments to me or other members of the Assembly. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. I'm in East Anchorage. Schools nationwide are under assault by a top-down propaganda campaign pushed by such entities as the Leadership Institute, Turning Point USA, in an ongoing effort to destabilize and dismantle public education. This propaganda campaign has taken root in Alaska in such groups as our local chapter of Parents' Rights in Education and in the mayor's actions to defund pre-K education. On page 14 of the mayor's budget, he talks about our shrinking labor supply in Anchorage, which he further states includes a large reduction in labor workforce participation among women. The mayor should recognize that cutting pre-K education will only exacerbate these issues. Recent studies show that 1/3 of working families struggle to find childcare, and increasing childcare costs removes the incentive for lower-income caregivers to return to the workforce. cutting funding to early childhood education is in direct opposition to the mayor's stated goal of attracting and retaining a talented workforce and providing a strong environment for economic growth in Anchorage, especially when many other states provide free pre-K. Additionally, studies show that kids who attend pre-K do better throughout their school years, are less likely to suffer child abuse. Long-term pre-K attendance decreases the costs associated with welfare and with the criminal justice system. Now I'm going to switch gears and discuss the reorganization that the mayor has suggested, which is ambitious with the transfer of over 400 positions and the elimination of 37. It is also likely to be demoralizing, stressful, time-consuming, and resource-intensive. It creates a lack of transparency and accountability to the public that does not engender trust and confidence, particularly as it includes the creation of several new executive positions, bloats middle management, and removes appointees from the need for confirmation by the representatives of Anchorage residents. Many parts of the reorganization make no sense. They create no cost savings, and they appear to be politically motivated, including the proposed reorganization of the library and equity and justice. Additionally, recent actions such as wrongful firings that will cost taxpayer money in legal fees and fines, and the appointment of campaign donors to positions to fill campaign promises has broken public trust. I would suggest that this administration work towards regaining that trust before proposing such an ambitious and opaque reorganization, and I encourage the Assembly to amend this. I am almost out of time, but I will be back to discuss my opposition to cutting firefighter overtime, defunding and dismantling the mobile crisis team, cutting funds for prevention grants, and providers that serve victims of violence and other budget issues next hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Thank you. My name is Victoria Shanklin, and I'm the Executive Director of Victims for Justice. We're a nonprofit that supports victims of all violent crime, and we are also a recipient of municipal domestic violence and sexual assault intervention program funds, and in 2021, we received funding from the municipal alcohol tax. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. The proposed cuts would completely eliminate alcohol tax funding for Victims for Justice, not to mention the Mobile Crisis Response Team and several other programs and projects designed to reduce violence and homelessness in Anchorage. From a public safety and victims' rights standpoint, these proposed cuts are incomprehensible and will have lasting damage. Alaska leads the nation in the number of violent crimes per capita, with the vast majority of these crimes occurring in Anchorage. Victims for Justice is the only organization in Anchorage and the state that specializes in supporting Alaskans affected by homicide, assault, arson, robbery, hit and runs, and crimes that fall outside of the standard domestic violence and sexual assault. These crimes are identified as other interpersonal violence. Because of the way victim services funds are consistently earmarked with only domestic violence and sexual assault, innocent victims of other violent crimes have few other places to turn for assistance. Our service to a broader range of victims experiencing interpersonal violence is why our agency receives funding through the municipal alcohol tax. But our ability to serve these victims is in jeopardy if you approve these funding cuts. Despite our many strengths, Anchorage is a violent city. 5,777 assaults were reported in the last year, nearly 600 robberies. And for each homicide, it is estimated that our community experiences nearly $14 million in economic loss. We know that violent crime is related to alcohol misuse, and that is why it makes sense that our work be supported in part by this tax. According to the Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority, 47% of homicides in 2017 were alcohol-related and 29% of aggravated assaults. Until this year, the municipality has only contributed about $50,000 to $55,000 to victims of other crime. These funds are expected to fund advocates, provide emergency financial support, and grant management. The math does not add up. I spoke before this body in April and made a similar plea. to ask for support for all victims of violent crime. I explained that when federal funds were cut to victim service agencies, this harmed victims of other crime disproportionately because we have less resources to pull from. It looks like I'm already out of time. I will submit additional comments in writing.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have 2 members in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I really appreciate what you do, and I know you do a lot, and I know it's difficult. Can you tell me how much you received from the alcohol tax?
This year we received, and extremely late in the year, just because of the way things worked, is $125,000, which helped us make up for the loss in VOCA funding.
Do you mind if, Madam Chair, if I just ask the administration a question?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Just for clarification for the
Okay,
testimony, so she can understand maybe too, and I need to. To the administration, we just heard testimony that there was, let me remember, $125,000 that was given to the victims of justice, and that is being cut. Am I accurate in that? And then can you go a little bit more in regards to the MCT that the testifier had? I know we're moving things around, but can you clarify that just a little bit, please?
And
Is
Ms.
that all right,
Allard,
Madam Chair?
actually, if the administration could do that work and come back with it maybe a little bit later, just so we can continue to move through the public hearings, and then we can connect with the speaker to get that information as well, because we're moving.
That would be great. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, thanks. So as you know, I've been a big fan of your work. Tell me, did the VOCA funds get reinstated?
There's a temporary support that's going to be offered from the, there's going to be a temporary support offered from the state, but it's not going to last. And those funds are earmarked to get replenished, but it's going to take up to 3 years to get replenished. And to be honest, I'm exhausted, my entire staff are exhausted, because every time we have to come back and ask to take care of our community. And so thank you, though, for your support, because you have been a huge supporter of Victims for Justice, and we genuinely appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard, are you back in the queue?
Yeah, I just have a quick question.
Okay, quickly, please.
I don't know if you have your numbers in front of you or anything, but do you think that just real quickly you could kind of break down the $125,000, what it's earmarked for in the organization?
Oh, I don't have, the majority of that is actually to personnel, so that we can just fund our advocates.
So it goes to employment?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask one? I'm trying not to get too personal. Are any of these persons that you employ victims themselves?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I myself am a victim of violent crime.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I just want to note for members of the public that we do have 2 hearings, as I mentioned, for each item, but you can only testify at one of the hearings. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Gray, and I live in Campbell Park. 2 months of outcomes show us that the mobile crisis team currently operating within the fire department is doing very well. Out of 149 contacts, 69% of those targeted by MCT calmed down and were able to remain in the community. Only 4% needed a police support response. These numbers are very good when compared to nationwide practice rates, according to MCT lead clinician Jennifer Pierce. The mayor's proposed cut in the budget of the mobile crisis team from $1.5 million to $750,000 would harm this program when it has barely gotten off the ground. It would effectively destabilize it. Furthermore, relocating the MCT program from the fire department to the police department goes against the spirit of the program, which was designed to de-escalate disturbances in the community without involving police. I am also concerned about the plan to contract out the mobile crisis team rather than hire municipal employees to do the job. By resorting to a contractor, a third party would be skimming money off the top before the people on the ground are paid. Thus, the Anchorage taxpayer will get less services at a more expensive price. Finally, the mobile crisis team within Anchorage is a pilot program for the whole state. Other communities are looking to see what happens here to see if a program like this might benefit their communities. By handicapping Anchorage's program the way this budget does, we are hurting the entire state. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Thank you. John Hendricks, West High, that area. This is my first time being here, and I want to thank you for the calm. This is not what I expected from you. And I hope that you continue this, because I don't know if you know what you're about to experience if this continues. I've never been here before. Why am I here? I was on the way to Lowe's. I said, wow, I'm going to stop in for the first time in my life as a lifelong Alaskan and see what these guys are up to, because I don't respect you. I want to respect you, because I'm a businessman. I'm probably one of the largest property taxpayers in the state. You spend my money. I'm here to help people. I'm a large nonprofit trustee president, but we need to bring pride back into our state until everybody at this table and around us understands without a profitable economy, a strong economy, we can't help those that can't help themselves. We need to come together and have one city policy on employees. This is costing us. I remember in 1981, I moved up from Homer in 91, and there was a guy that was a paramedic that was banking his retirement. He made over $200,000 so he could retire because he couldn't pass the physical at over $110,000 a year. This is not what we need to continue. We pay good wages. You in the city, you occupy Class A space. Us business owners have to buy B office space and C office spaces. What gives you that right? You have flush retirements. What gives you that right? Our schools are failing. Let's put the money with the kids. Let's quit using them as pawns. They are who we're after to help, is the kids, not the superintendent, not the administration. Okay? You're there for the kids, people. You're there for us. You work for us. We don't work for you. And you're on notice, because there's more of me out there. Okay? And, you know, what's that old movie? We're mad as hell. Let's get on with it, okay? All right. So, guys, do your job. That's all we ask, all right? You got a lot of my money. You got a lot of people in this room's money. And we trust you to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you with a question. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Sir, can you come back up? It's really just, I've never seen you down here, and I appreciate
No, it's my first time.
No, and I appreciate...
Because you guys, I had to come down.
I wanted to...
you know, we got to get in action here, Anchorage.
I just want to say thank you for stopping by, and I hope to see you more often, and I appreciate your testimony. That's really it. Thank you very much.
I don't envy your
Whether
jobs.
you agree or not, it doesn't matter to me. I'm appreciative that you're down here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to move to the phones.
Anybody else?
Thank you,
Go
sir.
ahead. You can take pop shots.
Thank you for
I'm
your
used to
testimony. We're going to move to the phones. We have 3 people signed up to testify on this item by phone. And I just, gentle reminder here to everybody to please, when you testify, to address issues regarding the budget, particularly the budget item before us. So first we have Ms. Berglund.
Sarah Corshon is unavailable. Please.
And I understand there's a second number.
Hello, this is Stephanie.
Hi, Ms. Berglund.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for a hearing item on the budget, the 2022 General Government Operating Budget for the Muni of Anchorage. If you could state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hello, this is Stephanie Berglund, and I personally live in West Anchorage. Thank you to Chair LaFrance and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify on the municipal budget. Again, I'm Stephanie Berglund, and I'm the CEO of Thread. Thread is a 35-year-old private nonprofit, and we're headquartered in Anchorage and work across the state to increase access to affordable and quality early care and education with a specific focus on child care. Thread encourages you and the mayor to honor the intent that alcohol tax revenue be used in part to strengthen quality early education and prevention efforts in Anchorage. I appreciate the Assembly's work to gather information and understanding about the needs to strengthen our community, and the evidence provided has been clear that investing in prevention, including quality early learning, is important for a strong foundation for children, their families, and ultimately our community. Through passage of this tax initiative, it's clear community members agree. Supporting early childhood and child care is an investment we make in ourselves as a community. These investments have dual benefit and are a two-generational approach. It supports the current workforce, our working families with the ability to work and go to school or training and achieve their goals toward more self-sufficiency. When families have access to affordable and quality child care, they have stronger earning and income potential, and that leads to a stronger economy. It also supports young children for a strong start. Our brains develop the most before the age of 5, making a healthy start critical for overall healthy development. And access to quality child care equals more positive outcomes for young children, including health and learning outcomes. It supports time with peers and positive interactions with caregivers and teachers, and that's important for healthy social emotional development and executive functioning skill building like decision making, developing and navigating friendships, and problem solving. And connects families with parenting supports, including connecting them with early intervention when needed that can help identify needs, provide resources early, which is more effective and cheaper than supporting special needs in school. According to the Department of Education and Early Development, just 31% of children in Anchorage are entering school prepared. That means more than 2/3 of our children are not getting a strong start, and that impacts the trajectory of their school experience and beyond. High-quality pre-K programs consistently demonstrate reduced referrals to special education and produce higher high school graduation rates. They have also been shown to have long-term impacts on social, economic, behavioral, and health conditions of participants, including more employment and reduced rates of criminal activity. We need to act now to set a stronger trajectory of success for our community. Investing upstream and in early childhood education is good for making our community stronger. It's a win for government, businesses, families, and young children. We only have the opportunity to increase access to affordable and high-quality early childhood education, and we can start with the municipal budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next, Mr. Turner, would you call Ms. Groudon, please?
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Hodge-Groudon. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hi.
Hi, and you are on for public testimony on the 2022 General Government Operating Budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. And if you could state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Celeste Hodge-Groudon, and I live in Potter Marsh. And first off, let me just say I respect you. I respect you all. I am the president and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus, a nonprofit organization that champions the lives of Black people in the areas of health, economics, justice, and education. And yes, I am also a proud member of the Anchorage Theory of Positive Change Coalition. As we know, the municipality's budget decisions and priorities affect the daily lives of everyone in our community. And I sincerely appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony. Upstream, upstream, upstream. I can't emphasize that enough. In order to see change, in order to reimagine Anchorage, we must invest in the social structures that make it possible for everyone. Yes, everyone. Not some, but everyone, to reach their full potential. As I reviewed the proposed budget, I couldn't help but notice large buckets of funding being proposed for downstream interventions and strategies, reactive measures. While we must provide these services, it's crucial we prioritize work upstream, or we will never get at the root causes in order to make real change. As we know, a majority of the residents of our city came together to pass Proposition 13 with the shared vision of making a long-term positive change for Anchorage, with the goal of reimagining Anchorage. Voters had a clear and unified voice for how the money is to be used. Safety, preventing child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence, and preventing and treating substance misuse, homelessness, and mental health emergencies. It was pretty disappointing to see the budget ignore the will of Anchorage voters and withhold funding to long-term solutions. Instead of using the money to address some of the most pressing problems we face as a community, there's significant cuts to the infrastructure we currently have in place. We see cuts to pre-K, half the funding cut by $1 million. We see cuts to preventive grants, mental health first responders, domestic violence support, when we know domestic violence is running rampant in Alaska. And as a member of the Anchorage Community Police Relations Task Force, the need for mental health first responders has been shared more than a few times by non-members who called into the meetings. Instead of covering up our problems, we need to invest in preventing them, and that's what this money was intended to do. We have the opportunity to make real change, to finally reimagine Anchorage by investing in prevention. It's time for us as a community to come together to make real change. And that can begin by spending our taxpayer dollars in the way we intended them to be spent, and in a way we know will bring positive growth to everyone. Yes, everyone. And I ask you to just please reimagine Anchorage.
Hodge Groudon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the phone list, we have Ms. Colvard. Mr. Turner? Oh, you're here. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to in-person testimony. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Chairman, I live in Abbott Loop, represented by Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance. So, I'm kind of glad that this got brought up. A lot of people talking about early education. I think that's great, but there was an article that was put out today that was talking about a lot of absences and kids not being attending schools as it is. One of the things that I think that money should be put toward is programs like woodworking, auto shop, drafting, woodworking, and auto shop. The thing is you have to, once kids get into school, you have to keep them interested. Early education is only one thing. Once they're there, you have to keep their interests peaked. And growing up and stuff, learning how to do auto shop, learning how to do things with your hands, learning how to do practical application is a huge thing. And being a husband of an educator, someone that actually teaches over in Fairview, keeping them interested is one of the hardest parts that you can do. And if you were to put things out there that keeps the kids interested, you're going to do a lot better off. So I think that if the administration were to put money toward programs like that, I think we'd be in a lot better shape right now with schools. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Kathy Gleason, and I am not speaking officially on behalf of Turnagain Community Council. Obviously, I live in Turnagain, though, and I wanted to just speak from a perspective that I've been the council's longtime delegate representative at the Federation of Community Councils level. And I appreciate if you would approve continuing funding that the administration and the municipality has supported for many, many, many years. Community councils rely on the funding to the Federation, where there's 2 part-time employees that supply an enormous amount of support to all the community councils and the important work that we do. And we are recognized in the charter, so I know all of you recognize how important our interaction with everything from development to parks to rezoning and all the rest that we get involved with, and we appreciate that. So thank you, current chair, for attending our delegate meeting in October, earlier this month, and thank you, Felix Rivera, past chair, for all of your attending at delegate meetings for so long. We really appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
I'm Andrea Dolan. I live in East Anchorage. Sorry, Jack's not with me anymore. I just wanted to make a note. I appreciate what the lady from the Alaska Black Caucus had to say, but after receiving $1.15 million from this assembly last year, I would challenge her to give some of that back if she's that concerned about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Angela Butcher. I'm on Huffman and Old Seward. God, preschool. If we're cutting preschool, you know, I did 2 years of preschool, and that was actually incredible. I learned a lot. By the time I started kindergarten, like, I could read and I could write. I had friends already. Like, it was, a lot of kids start kindergarten and you're just teaching them. Like, I had a kindergartner here last year through Zoom. It was horrible, hideous. He didn't get most of it. But you're actually teaching them, you know, how to cut, you know, how shapes, numbers and small words, you know, like up to 3. You already have all that done if you do preschool. As far as like parents working, especially in this pandemic, those are kids up to 5 years, you know, 3 to 5. That's like that is a pretty big advantage for them to be able to work. You know, right now, one income households certainly don't pay the bills. We know that. You do need 2 people. So, I don't know. And we're cutting mental health, and we are like, I've been down at the Sullivan Arena with the 400 people down there that are all on meth. Literally, I stayed overnight. It was, oh man. When I'm there, the fire department, the paramedics, and the police are there pretty frequently, along with the security they have. I have questions like, who wrote this budget, I guess? I can address you. Who wrote this budget? Like who are the people that sat down in a room and decided to cut these? Literally, like who were they? Because I don't see them up there.
Actually, ma'am, we don't have discussion now, but yes, the administration has put together and submitted the budget.
Okay. When was this submitted? Like the first idea?
October 1st.
October 1st, okay. Well, I only started coming to these like 3 weeks ago, but I don't know. This sounds hideous.
Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Can you tell me, do you know how much the budget was for the Anchorage School District? I do. It was $576 million. I am pretty sure that the Anchorage School District can find the money for preschool.
Ms. Allard, this is on
I got you, okay.
general operating budget,
and
not the
we are
ASD budget.
down
Thank you.
to 1/5 of the popular. Oh my God. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, this first public hearing on this budget item is closed. The second public hearing for this item will be on November 9th.
Madam Chair, I apologize. It's $842 million for the Anchorage School District.
We now have before us item 14B, First public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-97, an ordinance adopting the 2022 General Government Capital Improvement Budget, Office of Management and Budget. And for members of the public who wish to testify, please keep your comments focused on the 2022 General Government Capital Improvement Budget. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. I live in East Anchorage. I strongly oppose cuts to the 5 parks which had plans and funds set aside for 2022, particularly Chantchnu Muldoon Park. This is an important and much-needed new park in East Anchorage. It is a purpose-built community center and green space that East Anchorage residents fought long and hard for more than a decade to be able to create in lieu of another strip mall. The plan for this park came with massive amounts of public input and volunteer work. I think there was about 500 hours put in last year. With a community garden, winter ice rink, covered pavilion, dog park, Saturday market space, playground and trails, it has become a central gathering space for East Anchorage residents. With the mayor's cuts to funding for the completion of this park, it looks like the voices and needs of East Anchorage residents have been completely disregarded. Please return funding to this as well as the other parks that have been cut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? And I will note for the record, we don't have anyone signed up for telephonic testimony except for an individual who's actually here tonight, so we don't have anyone testifying by phone on this item. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony, the first public hearing on this item is now closed. The second public hearing will be November 9th. We now have before us item 14C, first public hearing, resolution number AR 2021-323, a resolution adopting the 2022 through 2027 General Government Capital Improvement Program, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the first public hearing on this item is now closed. The second public hearing will be at the meeting of November 9th. We now have before us item 14D, first public hearing, resolution number AR 2021-324, a resolution adopting the 2022 to 2027 6-year fiscal program, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the first public hearing on this item is now closed. The second public hearing will be at the meeting of November 9th. We now have before us item 14E, first public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-98, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating Budgets and the 2022 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Budgets, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the first public hearing on this item is now closed. The second public hearing will be held at the meeting of November 9th. We now have before us item 14F, first public hearing, resolution number AR 2021-325, a resolution approving the 2022 through 2027 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Programs, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the first public hearing on this item is now closed. The second public hearing will be at the meeting of November 9th. We now have before us item 14G, First public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-99, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 operating and capital budgets of Anchorage Community Development Authority, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the first public hearing on this item is now closed. The second public hearing will be at the meeting of November 9th. We now have before us item 14H, first public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-104, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 26.70.060 and 26.70.070 and 26.70.080 and 26.70.090 to increase rates for the solid waste services refuse collection utility. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the first public hearing for this item is now closed.
Point of order. I have a question on these. Why are these first public hearings implying a second one? I thought with rate increases, it's an ordinance and we have a public hearing and we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And I was going to turn to Mr. Gates to answer your question. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I actually spoke with the general manager of AWWU earlier today, and he told me that is correct. They generally have one public hearing for rate increases. I personally was unsure if the Assembly did this because it's also reflected in the 2022 budget, but you are correct, sir. This only require one public hearing.
Looks like a wayward cut and paste to me.
Madam Chair, may I follow up?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you. The other thing that I'd like to point out, Mr. Weddleton, if this isn't passed tonight, when it comes up to November 9th, this will be a must-pass item for the administration November 9th because the RCA requires a 45-day kind of window or before the rate increases can become in effect. So as soon as the body passes this, if that's what they choose to do, then the AWWU will be required to publicly notice it, and they have to be noticed for so many days. So this is a very time-sensitive issue should the body decide to approve the rate increases.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Thank you for raising that point, Mr. Weddleton. Since it has been published as a first public hearing item, I'm not sure that we can go ahead and take action on these tonight because it has been publicized as three items actually that will have two public hearings. So I think we'll go ahead and proceed with the other two, and then that's something perhaps Mr. Gates can consider. We now have before us item 14I, first public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-105, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 26.80.050 and 26.80.070 to increase rates for the solid waste services disposal utility. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing, the first public hearing on this item is closed.
Madam Chair, I'm in the queue.
My apologies, Mr. Dunbar. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I don't recall if you said it on 14H, but you're right that we publicized it as the first public hearing, but I don't think we have stated here, unless it's on the documents themselves, that we are going to have the second hearing on the 9th. And given the potential time issues with the RCA, and frankly, just being a little pessimistic here, the unlikelihood we're going to get through the whole agenda tonight, I guess I would suggest that we don't advertise November 9th and contemplate a special meeting next week to try to knock out some of these agenda items before the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I think we need Assembly Council's input on that, but I definitely would be in support of pursuing that as a solution.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing then for the next one, and then we will I'll consult with Assembly Council and see if we can come back to these for action later this evening. So we now have before us item 14J, first public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-108, an ordinance approving proposed rate increases by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this public hearing is now closed. We will consult with Assembly Council on these three items, and as I mentioned, possibly come back to them tonight for action. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to make, I believe we've completed all of the necessary budget items, the hearings. So I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the day, to take up the emergency ordinances first, which I believe are in the 12s, then take up item 13F, which was the aforementioned ordinance that allows the Ethics Board and other boards and commissions to meet remotely. And then item 14T. 14T is the issue regarding the plumbers and AWWU. We have a number of them in attendance tonight. I've been informed that some of them have to get up and work very early tomorrow morning. And so I'm hoping that thank you. I'm hoping that we can work on that and get that knocked out so they can go home.
And just to confirm, Mr. Dunbar, that would be to take up item 12A, 12B, 12C, then 14F, and then 14T?
I think it was 13F. Let me double check. Yes, Madam Chair, it's 13F and then 14T.
(12A, 12B, 12C, 13F, and 14T). And the motion to change the order of the day has been seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Domboski?
Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting, but as you're considering the order of the day, and this is going to go directly to the question you're going to ask legal counsel, I have Heidi here from Solid Waste Services. She does her financials, and she can testify to it if you'd like, but the solid waste service rate increase is not actually something that goes to the RSCA. However, it is very time sensitive because solid waste services bills quarterly, and that will start November 1st. So if members of the body would like to consider that or ask SWS questions, Heidi's available.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. And when we get the confirmation from legal that we can take up those items, we may consider reordering the day at that time. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to change the order of the day passes 10-1. So we will now take up item 12A, This was a laid on the table item. Item 12A, Emergency Ordinance EO 2021-XXX, Emergency Ordinance providing financial resources for coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, congregate emergency shelter services at the Sullivan Arena in an amount not to exceed $1,301,519 as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects SIP Fund 401800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended and now reappropriated to the COVID-19 Fund 231802 and providing a plan for future reimbursement of said reappropriation, Mayor's Office. This is an emergency ordinance and there is no public hearing on this item. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move amendment number 1. Can you second that for us, Your Honor?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is similar to amendments brought previously with regard to emergency ordinances for COVID-19 response. It shifts the fund source from the capital improvement or SIP fund to the 101 fund through an interfund loan. We've had extensive conversation about this. I think there is a difference of opinion, but this is what we have done traditionally. And I don't yet see any reason to divert the way in which we have approached this item. I also wanted to point out, as it goes to the entire item, but it's good context as we move through the amendment, that this first item is for $1.3 million, and this is to cover the 99+1 or the contract for the operator. The other item that's also before us later for a different amount, also at MassCare, is for all of the other services that are occurring there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a question for the administration. Is that? Thank you.
Go ahead.
This will be to, I guess it would be to Mr. Frisk. Mr. Frisk, can you, I'm going to do this one question, you can answer it, and then I'm going to go into another one, if that's all right with you, Madam Chair. Mr. Frisk, can you tell us when you came into this administration, that what you know now, how far in debt are we?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Allard. With the passing of these emergency orders tonight, I can tell you that what we will have done is committed almost $145 million of interfund loans between the earthquake response and COVID, with $114 million of that being for COVID response.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I just do a quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So when you brought this late on the table item to us without this amendment that's been added by the sponsors, can you tell me why you did it this way and why this amendment, if it passes, is not a good thing or a positive thing? Whatever, wherever you stand on that, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard, through the chair. The reason I brought it forward with a reappropriation of the SIP funds is that we, as my job as CFO, I'm supposed to safeguard the financial stability of the municipality, and it is my opinion that continuing to do interfund loans as we have been is going to be a detriment to our financial capabilities in the future.
Madam Chair, I apologize, but honestly, it'll be my last follow-up.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Mr. Frisk, do you believe that you know more in what's going on with our budget than anybody sitting up here on this dais? Be candid.
Ms. Allard, I don't believe that question's appropriate.
Actually, it is. I'd like him to answer it if he will. If he doesn't want to, I'm fine with that as well.
Members of the public, please refrain from shouting.
If he's
Do you
not
have a
comfortable-
specific
I
question
just
regarding
did.
his,
Madam
regarding
Chair,
his
can we just let him
qualifications?
ask? Can you just let him answer, please?
Mr.
If he
Frisk-
doesn't want to, he doesn't have to.
Mr. Frisk, if you would like to identify or just speak to your qualifications or your background.
Through the chair, at this time, Ms. Allard, I would not like to answer that question. I do not want to answer that question.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Frisk.
Yeah.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly believe that there is a need for this funding, but obviously the question now is where do the funds come from? And we have had quite a bit of discussion, and it's interesting to me that it seems to be falling on deaf ears. I don't believe that there is a true appreciation for the financial situation that we're in, and that this idea of wishful thinking in terms of how some of this could potentially be reimbursed is really not what's going to fill the coffers right now. So I have significant concerns about why we are going to continue to do this to ourselves in terms of floating a loan, so to speak, because there's not a savings account involved here. This money doesn't come from anything other than what is already budgeted for other components within the municipal governmental fund or general fund funds. So I'm just really having a hard time grasping where people think the money is coming from, that this concept of using an interfund loan process does not mean that there is money out there somewhere sitting around waiting to be used for these kinds of services. And this is what, like I said, I don't know how many of the members have had the opportunity to look at the CAFR, but last year we actually pulled in $68 million less than what we spent. That alone should make everybody go, wow, how did we make up for $68 million? And now we're going to the point where we're spending millions more from funds that we really don't have. And it's not okay to just say, well, yeah, we'll get it paid back in the future. It doesn't work that way. Year to year, your budget is based on an annual appropriation. It is 1 year's worth of activity. And it doesn't matter if 3 years or 4 years or 5 years from now this money could get back. We have to base this on what is happening in real time. So it just doesn't pencil out. And I understand the desire to try to save the capital project fund money for other purposes, but we're in a situation where we are trying our best to deal with these unintended health response expenses that we have to pay attention to. And this is not going to cut it if we keep putting this municipality deeper and deeper into debt, because eventually it comes down to the taxpayer having that extra burden. We saw that happen last year. I don't know about the rest of members here, but I got several phone calls from people in the community that wanted to know what happened to their tax bill this year. Well, what happened, one of the things that happened was we were caught $39 million short because there was no state debt reimbursement funding, and that had to be paid this year. We couldn't wait till the state got more solvent and had more money. We had to pay that today. And that's the same thing has the potential to happen here. If we get at the end of the year and we haven't gotten this money back, now there's no more room to shift money amongst different accounts. Everything comes due. And if we've got an additional $100 million debt to pay, well, guess who gets to pay it? The taxpayers. So anyway, this is absolutely irresponsible because we are not paying attention to what's really happening. We haven't even really begun to understand what it means to look at the fact that this community has lost people. We didn't have new construction like we usually do. So there are a lot of factors that are going into the fact that the revenues that we're going to expect out of the 2022 budget is going to be better, and it's not. And so we have to absolutely be cautious about what we're doing with we're still in that 2021 budget season. So we can't do this. there's not imaginary money in here. And this just, it's really not possible to do if you really are tracking the money, where the funds are going, and understand how this gets paid back. So thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this does not, that my colleagues will understand the gravity of this situation and will vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I have Mr. Constant, then Ms. Quinn-Davidson, and then we'll go to Mr. Perez-Verdilla, Ms. Zalatel, and Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. It feels like Groundhog Day, round 3. I think that most members of this body would be happy to fund these projects and programs that need to be funded under this emergency ordinance from a different source. However, we have made a commitment, and that commitment in collaboration with the administration is to fund homeless facilities with the CIP dollars that are being proposed again for the 3rd meeting in a row to be spent. And so it's an interesting thing to think, some would argue, here we are attempting to just spend out of some account somewhere that doesn't really exist, when what we're saying is we have committed those dollars, those very specific dollars, to moving people out of the Sullivan Arena, to acquisition of properties, and to resolving that issue. And so we cannot spend the dollars that are identified in the original emergency ordinance for this purpose, so I support the ordinance. The amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep it brief because we've spent hours discussing the same item or the same situation, same issue, and I think it's pretty clear that characterizing this as putting us in debt, as one member did, is inaccurate. We have a savings account that is meant for disasters. We are using that savings account to spend the money we need to spend, and we will then get reimbursed from the federal government, who is the most reliable guarantor there is of any entity. So there is no debt. When someone said wishful thinking, it's not wishful thinking. This is how it works when there are disasters. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. And I need to ask members of the public to refrain from speaking, from yelling, from clapping out of turn. Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize to Ms. Quinn-Davidson for the interruption because I had a difficult time hearing her as well. So I just wanted to reinforce that, again, we've talked about this for a long time, and for those in the public who've listened to those meetings, I'm sure this is pretty clear by now, but the administration is requesting these funds. They're requesting these funds because we need them to respond to an emergency. So we're going to spend the money. And the question is, what account does it come out of? The administration and the Assembly have, in good faith, come together to work on a plan to address many of the homeless challenges that we face right now. And so the funds that are in the CIP are slated to fund those projects that the administration and the Assembly have been working on. And the fund that we are proposing this comes out of is slated to be reimbursed by the federal government. And there's no indication at this point, and this was confirmed at a meeting, there's no indication that that's not going to happen. So this is the proper place to fund this out of. And I think we've talked this ad nauseum, so I would appreciate a vote to move this forward so we can move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, if we use the CIP fund here, there is no exit plan. And not having an exit plan means being in a perpetual state of needing this funding for basically a stopover. This isn't a solution to homelessness. We need the funds for the exit fund. Excuse me. Thank you.
Ma'am, in the back, ma'am, you need to stop. You are being warned. If you okay, security, are you going to stop, ma'am? Okay, the next time you're going to be asked to leave. Please continue, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. And beyond this, I did suggest to the CFO earlier that there is a potential alternate fund source than an interfund loan, and that is to take a look at the unused shelter dollars currently in the alcohol tax and the AHD operating budgets that we're not using right now. Those have not been needed because we have not been standing up independent shelter. Those projects have been on hold while we've been in this mass care situation. That is not what is suggested here. It is somewhere to look in the future. I think because of the timing of this emergency ordinance, we probably don't have the time to make that change now, but it is an option. Or there's that option to possibly spend those funds to enhance the services funded under this emergency ordinance through the interfund loan so that we can continue to move people out of mass care and into real solutions for homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Going back through the queue, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for the CFO, Mr. Frisk. Mr. Frisk, there's been at least one member that's referred to the municipal savings account. Could you please tell us about the municipal savings account? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, I've been on the job 4 months and I know of no municipal savings account.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk. So could you possibly speak to how somebody could be misinformed about that, or what the potential misinformation might be in regard to that? Or how would somebody come up with the idea that the municipality has a savings account? Any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, the only thing I can think of is they're confusing the municipal cash pool with a savings account. And the municipal cash pool by design is an account, it's the account for the municipality in which everybody's money goes into it. And when I mean everybody's money, I'm talking all the departments. And when the money is put in, each department gets, quote, a share or an equity position in that municipal cash pool. Okay, so some use it faster than others, but the municipal cash pool is not a savings account in any way, shape, or form. It's just a liquid account that we do the day-to-day operations of the municipality out of. And if we continue to run it down, we run the risk of not being able to fund our day-to-day operations.
And can I follow up with just...
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so that municipal cash flow, basically the day-to-day, that's what pays payroll, correct? That's what pays for just the everyday expenses that it takes to, for the employees, not only to be paid, but to whatever it is they need to do to do their job within the municipality. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, you are correct. It is payroll. It is repayment on tax anticipation notes that have been issued in the past. It's on the debt service that we have as a municipality. We pay all the bills out of that municipal cash pool.
Thank you. So,
go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is it fair then to say that if we take money out of the municipal cash pool to pay for this, we're actually taking the money that would actually be used to pay payroll next month and the following month until the end of the year?
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, we're not going to be bouncing checks, okay? My whole purpose of this is to stop this process and this practice of doing interfund loans, which impedes our ability to do day-to-day operations. If we continue to do, for example, like I said, we've already expended, or we're about to appropriate another $9 million. So the COVID response, which we don't know when it will end, will be at approximately $114 million. In 18 months. So we can't keep going at this pace. We can't keep doing this. This is not a savings account. This is dipping into money that we need to do day-to-day operations.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I'm going to go to Mr. Weddleton next, as he has not been in the queue yet. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. So, Mr. Frisk, what is the kind of typical or historic minimum balance in the municipal cash pool, like end of the year or at any point?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I apologize. I don't have the ability to answer that specific question at this time. I don't have the information from me. However, I do believe the head of our public finance, Ross Risvold, might be on the phone. Ross, are you there?
I am on the phone, Travis, and I just had to switch phones, so I didn't catch a question if there was one for me.
So, Mr. Weddleton, would you mind repeating the question for Mr. Ross Risvold, please?
Yeah, happy to. So, Mr. Risvold, what is the minimum balance typically for the municipal cash pool, say when we hit the low point at January, February of the year?
Well, the low point of the municipal cash pool is somewhere between $400 and $500 million in around May of each year. And then when in June and August, receipts come in from property taxes, and then around September 1st, the municipal cash pool holds, $850, $900 million or more, depending on the year and that sort of thing, depending on the equity owner's position by each fund.
Okay, I'm sorry, I caught a lot of that, but I didn't quite get the minimum amount you said in May.
The minimum amount in May of each year is approximately $450 million. The maximum amount in September 1st, on or about, is approximately $850 million, maybe $900 million.
Okay, and is that, so we would hit the low point would be about $450 million in our budget. Is that just to support the municipal budget of 500-something million?
Well, to make it a brief answer, the municipal cash pool holds funds, money of all funds of the municipality. AWWU has 2 utilities, and they have money in the municipal cash pool. The Port of Alaska has money in the cash pool. So it's a mixture of everybody's money, and they earn a blended return on they earn earnings on their investment in the cash pool. Now, when the municipality taxes for say they tax for $500 million. Let's say their budget's $500 million. The municipality taxes for that through a variety of means, including property taxes, and those funds get appropriated as soon as the budget is loaded, and then the funds come in primarily in June and August. Those funds are already spoken for by the appropriation. So they're additive to that minimum balance that I spoke of on approximately May of each year. So as Travis pointed out, there's certainly money to pay all of the payroll and daily expenses of the municipality.
All right, thank you. The takeaway, I guess, is our minimum amount in the municipal cash pool is about 80% of our annual budget. Thanks.
So,
thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Madam Chair, may I
go ahead, Mr. Frisk.
So, what Ross is talking about is the overall municipal cash pool. Okay, and again, reiterating, that's everybody's money. That's all the departments, everybody's money, all the funds. That's what we're talking about here. What I'm specifically doing with this particular deal is we're hitting one portion of this fund, the municipal cash pool area-wide fund, which will now be approximately overspent by approximately $75 to $80 million at the end of this year. So what we normally have, if you want to call it your savings account, that is getting depleted. We are using everybody else's money within the municipality. If there was a need for that money for those departments, we'd have trouble making the equity calls if they had to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Mr. Weddleton, did you have any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit concerned in regards to FEMA, and that my counterparts believe that we're going to be getting that reimbursed. I would like to ask if we can have Joe Jurice come up here. I have a couple of questions for him in regards to FEMA.
Good evening again to the Assembly.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask quick questions, and if Joe could keep them short and concise, I would appreciate it, so we can move quick, if that's all right. Okay. So I've heard on the body several times, and I've also heard from one of the directors of FEMA, that even Gruning Middle School from the earthquake of 2018 still hasn't been fully reimbursed up to 70%, and that there's a possibility it could take 2 to 5 more years if we get that money back. My question to you to start would be, has the municipality turned in the receipts or the contracts in regards to the Sullivan?
We have not been reimbursed for the Sullivan Arena since September of 2020. And we are not in a position to submit some of that information to FEMA and HUD, which is another federal agency that could reimburse a piece, until we become compliant with some information.
My last question, Madam Chair, unless there might be a follow-up depending on his answer. Could you guarantee this assembly body and the taxpayers that we will get reimbursed by FEMA?
I couldn't do that, no ma'am.
Have you worked for the federal government in the past with FEMA in regards to the reimbursements at all?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell me a little bit about your experience? Just so I can kind of get, like, you're on par.
Well, I think I've explained to this body before that, like the VA, they start low and you work your way trying to get your percentage up, and that's historically what they do. So they come in and say, well, this is instantly reimbursable. We're not going to argue that, but then you get into justifying other parts of the expense, and they look at the totality of what it was and decide if it really was part of the emergency response. And that's where you get into answering all the FEMA interrogatories.
Madam Chair, this is just one last question, I promise.
Well, and we covered this actually in our budget and finance meeting, Ms. Allard, so please.
Mr. Durace, in regards to your opinion on this, and let me get my train of thought, the FEMA reimbursement, you had said a comment to me off the record, and I would like to know if you're comfortable with putting it on the record. Is it true that we are the longest running COVID homeless shelter in the United States that has not had a break?
That would be a mass shelter.
Mass shelter, I apologize.
Currently, Anchorage does have the largest mass shelter operating in the United States, and has been.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, ma'am. It started with the response to the earthquake and has continued on.
So it's a possibility then that we would be setting some sort of precedence if FEMA agreed to reimburse us everything we think we are entitled to.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, ma'am.
Meaning, since we're the longest running mass shelter, that we don't really know if FEMA's going to reimburse us. This would be possibly unprecedented.
I understand what you're asking. There is a complexity, too, due to we had an earthquake that rolled into COVID that I don't think anyone else was facing. And that's all I could probably say at this moment, ma'am. I don't have the information with me.
Thank you, Mr. Durace.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you. Mr. Durace, can you clarify, we weren't running the Sullivan as a mass care facility in response to the 2018 earthquake. I just want to be really clear. It was stood up.
Yes, ma'am.
Only in response to COVID, and it remains to be stood up in response to COVID. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durace. Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. My screen has actually crashed. But before it crashed, there were no other members in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Should I take your vote? Ms. LaFrance?
Yes. The amendment passes 8-3. We now have the main motion before us. I'm waiting for my computer to reload. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, a legal question, and I don't know if Muni Council wants to take this or Assembly Council, but so what is the liability that the municipality has if the Assembly knowingly passes something that basically puts the municipality in a financial situation where it cannot pay basically for what it has appropriated? Thank you.
Ms. Ennis is on the phone for the Department of Law. If you'd like to call on her, or Mr. Gates, the other one, I just want you to know she's available, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Do you have a preference, Ms. Kennedy? Ms. Ennis or Mr. Gates?
Yeah, this is Ms. Ennis. I think the two issues is one, whether we are following our guidelines, and in this case we're addressing the guidelines, I believe, in the actual ordinance, and we do have the ability to modify those guidelines. And then second, if there really is any misrepresentation, I think is what, nationwide they're looking at. I don't see misrepresentation in this particular issue.
Thank you, Ms. Ennis. Did you have any follow-up? Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on item 12A as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes. That item passes 9-2. We now have before us item 12B, which was also a laid on the table item, Emergency Ordinance EO 2021-XXX, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for emergency family overflow sheltering to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019 in an amount not to exceed $258,361 as a contribution from the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund 401-800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This is an emergency ordinance and there is no public hearing on this item. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment number 1 to item 12B.
Second.
This amendment is similar to the last one we just discussed, changing the fund source. Thank you.
We're working through a technical difficulty here. I don't see anyone in the queue except Ms. Zolotel like 4 times. I think so. Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on
Madam
amendment
Chair.
number 1. Oh, okay, you're showing up now, Ms. Allard. Go
I
ahead.
apologize. I just have a question to, I'm going to direct it to the administration. So on the amendment, it says that there is no public or private economic effect to this proposed amendment, but can you answer that question if there is or not, in your opinion? I don't care who answers it from the administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard. I feel like that might be a little bit of a loaded question, but what I will say is this. If in fact, at some point, the municipality of Anchorage does not get the reimbursements they are seeking through FEMA, through this mechanism, the likely path would be to go to the taxpayers. So there could be a significant financial impact depending on, if you look at the totality of reimbursements that are sought, if they are not materialized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mendosky.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Is there no one else? Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Madam Chair, I would like to amend the amendment.
What is your motion?
My motion is to check the box yes instead of no. Will there be public or private economic effect to the proposed amendment?
Second.
The amendment to check the box on page 2, that there, to change it, or to check the yes box, that there will be public or private economic effects is on the floor. It has been seconded. Ms. Allard?
Ms. Dombowski said it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And this is an amendment to the amendment, excuse me.
There could be future economic impact, yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, I'm looking through the original emergency ordinance, and because it's an emergency ordinance, I'm not sure if it required one, but is there a statement of economic effects with this underlying ordinance, or is the assertion that there won't be public or private economic impacts from the underlying ordinance? I guess that's a question for Mr. Gates.
Mr. Gates?
I'm not really sure how to answer that, but Ms. Dombowski indicated she might be able to.
Okay.
Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dunbar, if you're referring to the appropriation that the administration put forward, we did not include a C because it was my understanding those monies were being reappropriated from a capital fund, so the funds were already materialized. So there would be no additional economic impact. The money was already there.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I'll just say that there's no statement of economic effects on the original underlying emergency ordinance, so it doesn't surprise me that the amendment has the box checked no, and so I'm going to oppose the amendment to the amendment. I'll also say that if we do come to a point in the future where it looks like we are, Mr. Frist said we're not going to be bouncing checks, and I believe him. We do have this fund. Now, as you can see over and over and over again, this assembly is extremely hesitant to spend down this capital account. But the capital account, I believe, is, I'm not sure why that's funny, but so be it. So I guess my question is this capital account part of that overall cash pool that you were speaking of? And when it comes to the end of the year for that final accounting, would this be part of that calculation too? I'm sorry, that was for you, Mr. Frisk.
Through the chair, I apologize, Mr. Dunbar, I didn't realize you were asking me the question. I thought you were still addressing Ms. Demboski. The 12 million that is in the SIP is part of the municipal cash pool, but as Ms. Demboski said, the money's already there. What we're doing is and the reason you don't have a economic effect on the original is because it's not an interfund loan. And by changing the funding source, you've created a potential effect, is what I'm getting to. The original did not have it because it wasn't creating an economic effect to the public in the future. Depended on a reimbursement from FEMA.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Frisk. And I'm not going to pursue this further. I think we've discussed it quite a lot. We can take it up again at a budget hearing if we would like to, but I'm going to vote no on this amendment to the amendment, and hopefully we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to add, and the reason why this is concerning to me, it's a simple yes, but the reason it's concerning to me is because we've changed on this amendment overflow family sheltering due to the lack of traditional resources. My concern is by changing the wording from congregate and emergency shelter services at the Sullivan Arena could lead to the potential of not being reimbursed. And that's concerning to me. So I think the amendment is very important as the means of how we're going to use or get the funds has changed drastically. So I would please urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I believe the member just spoke to amendment number 2, which we haven't taken up yet, for the change in the wording. And just want to be clear that no family sheltering has occurred at the Sullivan Arena. It's been adults only, so we need to be very careful and clear about what services we're providing where. Thank you.
I apologize, I did. Thank you. Still urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And Mr. Gates, I believe you were in the queue, but I'm having some problems here, and you may have dropped off my screen.
No, that's fine. So listening to the discussion and reflecting on this, I recall that for some of the economic effects, the separate document isn't required if they're addressed in the document itself, the AO. This amendment has a purpose statement that describes economic effects, and this amends the EO with sections 3, 4, and 5. And in those sections, it describes that that there might be potential, like Mrs. Allard's concern is, there is a potential for, if we aren't able to get reimbursed from FEMA, to need to collect from the taxpayers. But that's not what this is intended to do. That's sort of a backup. And so it's not a certain economic effect. It's a potential that we hope won't happen because we're going to get reimbursed. And I recall that many times when there's uncertainty with the economic effect, it's not a solidified economic effect that we can say with certainty is there, that we state such in a C, and sometimes it's stated in the document. So I don't think we need to check yes, because we've described it here with the new sections being added by this amendment, what the effect could be, and that if we are reimbursed from FEMA, then there is no public or private sector economic effect of it, right? Because we're not spending from our own money. This loan is temporary, reimbursed from FEMA. Overall, it's a net zero economic effect there. But if that doesn't happen, we've described the contingency in section 4, I think it is, to collect from the taxpayers if we don't get reimbursement. And, you know, so I know that sounds convoluted, but that's why I don't think we need to check yes. And there's probably room for different perspectives about that.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which would check the yes box on page 2 at the bottom. Will there be any public or private economic effect to the proposed amendment?
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Mr. Constant?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails 2-9. We are now back on amendment number 1. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 8-3. We are now back on the main motion. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment number 2 to fix a drafting error in the EO.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. We spoke about this just a moment ago. It replaces, it clarifies that overflow family shelter is needed due to a lack of traditional resources and not because there is a lack of space at the Sullivan Arena. Families have not been sheltered at the Sullivan Arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the sponsor explain traditional resources, please, just for clarification?
This was sponsored by Ms. LaFrance at the request of the administration, but
I understand that.
But traditional resources have been.
I'm asking the sponsor submitted by Ms. If Ms. LaFrance can answer that, please.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Ms. Allard. And I, as is customary, I submitted on behalf of a member of the administration, Mr. Frisk, and Mr. Gates prepared this, so if one of them would speak to the amendment.
That would be great. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Allard, traditional resources for family overflow would have been the, like the Clare House and Spenard Rec Center and such. They are not available, and with the consultation with Mr. Gerace, we felt that it was necessary to put this in here because we do not believe the traditional resources that we've used in the past will be available this year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure the public understood. Thank you, Mr. Frisk. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. It was family overflow shelter in the past has been provided by churches and the faith community, and due to COVID, we've been unable to take advantage of those resources as well. We do appreciate other providers stepping in to provide these services when the faith community has been unable to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 2.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main item before us. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on item 12B as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Mr. Constant.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
This item passes 10-1.
Madam Chair, I move for immediate reconsideration of this item and urge a no vote.
Second.
Briefly, the reason for reconsideration is that the quicker these funds are through the process, these family shelter, it's approximately 20 rooms can be stood up within a matter of days. Otherwise, it has to wait the period for reconsideration if we don't take it up immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. A no vote, a yes vote would bring this forward. Again, a no vote would not.
Mr. Peterson.
No.
Mr. Rivera.
No.
Mr. Constant.
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
Mr. Constant, did I call on you?
You did, and I said no.
Thank you.
The motion to reconsider fails 2-9. We now have before us item 12C. This is a late on the table item. Emergency Ordinance EO 2021-XXX, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures required to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019 in an amount not to exceed $5,593,309 as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Project SIP Fund 401-800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended, and now reappropriated to the COVID-19 Fund 231802 and providing a plan for future reimbursement of said reappropriation. This is an emergency ordinance, and there is no public hearing for this item. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalatel?
I move amendment number 1. This again changes the fund source as discussed previously on the other items.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalatel on the amendment?
I just spoke to it briefly. I did want to point out, just for context again, that this emergency ordinance is companion to the first emergency ordinance we passed. This covers all of the services at the Sullivan Arena except for the operator. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Mr. Constant.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
The amendment passes 8-3. We are back on the main motion. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to repeat too much of what has already been said in regard to how dangerous of an action I think all of this is. However, I did want to ask the CFO what our current unreserved fund balance number is, because we are spending an additional $7 million of funding that we don't have. So I just was curious as to what, I mean, I know the last figure we had was somewhere in the 20 million to the negative, but you might have one that's more up to date.
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, The actual unallocated fund balance deficit is, the unallocated fund balance is actually determined on 12/31 of every year. All the modeling and forecasting that we've been doing at this particular point in time and given this additional 10 million, we are estimating that our unallocated fund balance deficit will be approximately $60 million at the end of 12/31/2021.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, Madam Chair, one more, thank you.
Go ahead.
And so Mr. Frisk, or maybe this goes to the municipal manager, Ms. Domboski, but at what point does the administration have to come forward and say, thank you very much, Assembly, for allocating these funds, but we are not able to do it and stay fiscally sound? Has there been a conversation about when the municipality or the administration is actually going to just have to say, no, thank you?
I'm going into territory here without legal guidance, so I maybe shouldn't go out too far on this ledge. But Assemblymember Allard, the financial solvency of the city is a responsibility of obviously the administration, with heavy guidance from the CFO on what that number is. That number itself hasn't been determined, but Mr. Frisk is watching it very, very closely. If the point comes when the CFO advises the administration that this is a potential that could lead to catastrophic events if the Assembly passes appropriation measures and we don't have the money, we simply won't spend the money we don't have. So that's the best answer I can give you. I can't give you a specific number. That is a conversation that I'm just not prepared to have publicly at this moment.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on item 12C as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The item passes 9-2. Ms. Zelatil?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to extend to midnight.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, we are extended until midnight. We now have before us item 13F. Ordinance number AO 2021-85, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 4.05.060 to authorize and provide guidelines for physical and remote participation for boards and commissions, Department of Law. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, the town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Dustin Sherman, and I guess in protest of us waiting on the federal government, I'm going to stand here and do this. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brent.
Folks in the audience, please refrain from shouting. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, come forward, please.
Good evening, Niall Williams. In response to Anchorage Ordinance 2021-85, I strongly oppose this ordinance for this reason. Electronic attendance cannot, by law, serve as a substitute for physical attendance. It is a First Amendment right to come to a public meeting, to be able to petition one's government for a redress of grievances, to be able to freely speak, to be able to exercise their religion as they freely choose, and also to have freedom of the press. Those are among the rights specifically stated within the United States Constitution Amendment number 1, which you all swore an oath to uphold and defend. This ordinance serves in violation of that oath, in violation of our lawful right, constitutional right, human right to be in a public meeting, to be able to redress our government officials. New York Times versus Sullivan. It clearly states that rhetorical hyperbole can be used against government officials in a public meeting. We can use speech which is considered to be hostile, as long as it is not threatening. We can use speech which speaks to your policies, the intent of your policies. All of these things are lawful by the First Amendment. If you all listen to Attorney General Merrick Garland through the chair, he was on Capitol Hill having to answer for how he issued a memorandum which chilled the speech of parents at school boards. For 4 hours and 30 minutes, he was cross-examined by multiple senators of the United States of America on Capitol Hill. This is our United States Attorney General, the chief law enforcement officer of the land, Madam Chair. So I urge the members to caution, to not chill speech, to not force members, coerce members, intimidate members, or humiliate members to choose a different member of participation other than public participation. If we seek to stand at this podium, Madam Chair, it is our constitutional right, Madam Chair. This partition violates my constitutional right. My voice cannot properly project. I cannot properly hear. I cannot properly see. I wear glasses. It affects my
Madam
vision.
Chair, I would ask you to have the speaker speak to the item before us. The plexiglass is not before us at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Your point is noted.
Through the chair, I see
Sir, your
Chief,
time is up.
I see Madam Sammy.
Sir, your time is up. Mr. Constant, to your point, I remind members of the public who are testifying to please stay focused on the topic at hand. And sir, one moment, please. I'm going to go to the municipal manager, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the public, I want to just point out that this ordinance was proposed by the administration. This was not proposed by the Assembly, in part because we have found that many boards and commissions, adjudicatory ones, sometimes planning and zoning, sometimes other boards and commissions, we had the example tonight of the Board of Ethics. They haven't been able to achieve a quorum for a great amount of time. I want to point out that this ordinance also allows for, if any member of the board or commission is in person, the public also has to be allowed in person. If it's done remotely, the public has to have access to that remote meeting. So for example, if it's on Zoom or Teams, you also have to have access to it. So I do want to point out this was just a mechanism to allow the city to do their work, because we are finding through the last 2 years, there's numerous boards and commissions that simply haven't had a quorum and haven't been able to meet in person. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Francesca Allegrezza. I understand what she was just saying, but I think people need to show up for work. Again, we're still not seeing members here, and I feel like, again, we're not really involving the public, and you need to physically come to work. So this reminds me of mail-in voting, and we already had absentee mail that you could mail in and send it in, that there's options to do that. And I think you should be able to come to work and not phone it in. There might be an instance where you need to do that if you're not feeling well, but people need to start showing up to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard? Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
Francesca, can you come back down? You had said to show up to work, and I just want to reiterate, these are volunteers. They're not paid employees of the municipality, and if the administration wants to correct me on that, they can. But these are volunteers, community members like yourself, that are just trying to meet so that we can accomplish our duties.
But they signed up for it, right?
Community members who volunteered without pay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but they still signed up for that.
This will allow us to conduct our business. Otherwise, it's very difficult to get some volunteers all in one space, and it really will help us, I promise.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Will this be used for other
Ma'am, this
things?
is not a time for debate. Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Andrea Dolan from East Anchorage. I would like to actually make a proposal to amend this. I would be happy to support this if there was videographic evidence of everyone that does receive any sort of pay from the municipality, proof that they were attending and fully in attendance for each and every one of these meetings. And with that, I'll think. All right, now that I've wasted a couple of minutes of your time, which doesn't compare to the hours and hours of our time that you've wasted, thank you for your attention.
Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Samaya McCrane. My area of town, I happen to be transitory. However, I am legally a resident of the municipality. I have been listening to this for quite some time. Over my course of residency of nearly 50 years in this municipality, I question why we are using COVID as an excuse when many people, including myself, don't get to use COVID as an excuse as opposed to actually addressing the issue head on. COVID being used as an excuse is no different than saying the dog ate my paper. So why are we acting like 5-year-old children as opposed to taking responsibility as an adult and actually addressing the issue as opposed to just throwing an excuse at it? I don't really have anything more to say other than all I'm hearing is excuses that I don't even get to use in my transitory life now that COVID has caused me to be in. And as that, I don't get to use the excuse anywhere of COVID. I don't think any of you are able to respond to that either. So, but I don't have anything more to say other than that.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
I'm back again. Hello, Noria Clark, West Anchorage. Mine is just actually a fairly simple request, maybe. I know that sometimes business needs to be done like this. Granted, most people may not agree with me, but not necessarily here to make friends. I think that the biggest request that I would have is that maybe you guys have it where we can actually see, like the other person had said, you know, like for example, the Teams meeting and things like that, where we can at least see the members are present in these things so that we know that they're there, we know that they're paying attention, we know that they're not on community council meetings at the same time that they're on assembly meetings for important business, things like that, so that we can keep an eye on you guys as well. You guys seem to want to keep an eye on us quite closely. So we obviously need to be policing you as well when it comes to taxation without representation. We're seeing that quite a bit. And I can tell you that the property taxes in this city are completely out of control. Out of control. And the fact that you guys seem to be spending so much money willy-nilly just seems to be fine. So so that a member doesn't get upset, I would just like to specifically ask in terms of this, if we can please see your lovely faces on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hi, my name is Daniel Gleason. I live in West Anchorage, and I agree that with this ordinance only if you use technology and had it through Zoom or team meetings. And the same thing goes for the assembly. On the phone is 20th, that's 50s technology. Why aren't we using Zoom so people are on the screen, and we know that we can see them, we can see their reactions, we can see their body language or their facial language through the Zoom meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Rachel Colvard, District 13. I'm curious about the budget impacts on this, because after speaking briefly with Mr. Frisk over there and him already reporting that our pad of the account that we normally keep in there, our little lump of fat that we keep in our wallet, is about $450 million. And I asked him, well, where are we at right now? And he says it fluctuates, but right now we're at $170 million. You give drunken sailors a bad name. It is unconscionable what you are doing. I understand that you think you're taken from this hand to pay that hand, but that's not going to work.
Madam Chair, point of order.
It's related,
Ma'am,
Chris.
Please, I need to entertain this point of order. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, we aren't speaking about a tax ordinance at this time. We're talking about participation of volunteer members by other than in-person manner.
We sure are.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I agree. Ma'am, please focus on the item at hand with your testimony.
Let me relate it. This is going to be an impact in technology. How are we going to pay for that? We're already wrangling money that we don't have. Let's bring it back. If lop the zeros off, if you normally keep $450 in your checking account as a pad and you only have 170, don't you think you should stop? This is going to have a budgetary impact. Where are we financing this from? Ostensibly, we would have already had that money budgeted in our technology budget for this year. But we already heard from Mr. Frisk that that's in one pot of money. That's why I got this tonight, because you guys are suspect. You are completely sus in how you're going about this. And you want to do this technology bit, but you won't even listen to us. The refrain has been, oh, well, you could have testified by mail. You could have emailed it in. You could have phoned it in. But those of us that were willing to sit here and participate in person, you cut off. So you can cry wolf all you want that, oh, we had thousands of emails on this one particular topic. But you didn't let us testify. You didn't bother. So don't come to me and tell me that you really want to listen to me. When you cut us off and introduce emergency legislation, why the hell should I think that you're going to do any better with this? But I do agree that if you're going to do this, I want to see your smiling faces. Because if you're sawing logs, I want to see that too.
Thank you. Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Tani Secretia. I live in West Anchorage. And I have to say, as somebody who serves on a couple different volunteer committees, the ability to have remote meetings has been incredibly helpful, especially during COVID. I'm on the Spenard Community Council, and we have a monthly executive committee meeting to plan meetings, and we also have a monthly meeting, and we have been offering it through Zoom for months, and it's been really effective, and it provides people a safe opportunity to participate in the process when things are really bad out there like they are right now. So I get wanting to see people's faces, but we're in kind of unprecedented times now, and we have the technology that allows us to have meetings virtually from wherever you feel safe. And so I support this ordinance. I think that it will help us move forward in our government process, because it feels like you come to these meetings and people complain about how long they are and how something gets delayed and pushed back, but we're hearing that it's the result of commissions that aren't able to meet and get a quorum. So I'm a fan of this because I'm a fan of efficiency, and it sounds like if we can be more efficient in how we get people to vote on matters and to discuss important topics that are going to be discussed at an assembly meeting, then maybe we won't have so many delays and we can have more people's voices heard like so many people have expressed tonight. So I appreciate that this is on the agenda tonight and being considered. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one. Ma'am, are you here to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please come forward, state your name for the record, area of town in which you live.
Good day, my name's Janelle Jones,
resident of East Anchorage. I oppose this ordinance, number AO 2021-85. I'm looking on my piece of paper here, and it says to authorize and provide guidelines for physical and remote participation. So what I see in these words is that you guys are supporting AI technology, 5G infrastructure, and you guys are actually suppressing our human social nature. And so if you're thinking about providing guidelines for physical or remote participation, what I witnessed this week could possibly fall under these guidelines. Evidence of hand gestures to the audience from the board. Are you listening? Hand gestures. I'm not going to put my hand over my face to repeat what that gesture was, but I know people here in the room and watching online, they caught that very action. I got 53 seconds left. What you guys are doing, you have humanity in one hand. You have AI technology in the other hand. And you're trying to immerse those two. Yeah, we'd like to see faces. Yes, faces, because we are human beings, not AI. We are not AI. Human beings. We come from the image of our father and our mother.
Madam Chair, point of order. I can't see the speaker. Would you ask?
Mr. Williams, would you step back, please? You can have 10 more seconds.
I'll just spend that time standing here.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Before we take up amendments and debate, I would ask the municipal manager if she would again explain why the administration brought this item forward, including the costs and how it relates or does not relate to the assembly. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will start this, but I ask Deputy Municipal Attorney Dee Ennis to weigh in on this as well. I think she'll be able to give us some context of how this particular ordinance would apply to the assembly. The first thing is, and I want to state, clearly we've seen an impact over the past 2 years of in-person participation in boards and commissions. Even prior to that, though, I think multiple administrations will tell you there have been challenges keeping quorums on volunteer boards and commissions over many, many years. So this is not just a COVID-related response, frankly. This is an acknowledgement of technology and an acknowledgement of a long-standing issue of being able to get quorums on volunteer boards and commissions. So one of the examples I used earlier was the Board of Ethics. The Board of Ethics, as you saw when we were talking about nominees, those nominees were held up because the Board of Ethics, it only has, I think, 5 members. 3 members constitute a quorum, but they've been having difficulty getting all 3 members together. So by bringing this forward, we believe it's another mechanism that boards and commissions can utilize in order to achieve a quorum and do the city's business. Many of these boards and commissions are advisory only, so they don't actually pass laws or anything like that. The other thing I will say about this is this particular ordinance requires that the public have the same access as the members. So if they're meeting in person, there has to be public access, even if a couple members are remote. If they're meeting virtually, the public has to have access. And for the part relating to the assembly, I'll just ask Deannis, Deputy Municipal Attorney, if she'll weigh in on that and fill in any gaps I may have missed.
And I'm not quite sure how the question relates to the assembly. This ordinance speaks to Title IV boards and commissions. So I'm not sure what the question is with respect to the assembly. It does not apply to the assembly. It does not apply to the assembly subcommittees. It is simply the boards and commissions. And as the municipal manager said, we've had telephonic for the advisory boards for a couple years, and that kept growing because the court commission had members from all over the state, because the Disabilities Commission had people had a difficult time getting to meetings. So, and the Investment Commission had experts from different parts of the country. So that kept growing anyway. And this was just sort of the final cap to say, wait a minute, let's be real. The advisory board should, the adjudicatory boards should also be telephonic. During the pandemic, as one of the witnesses stated, they were wildly successful. The Board of Ethics, for instance, is 5 professionals, and they don't have to spend a half an hour driving both ways. They happen to have, every one of them, young children who are not vaccinated. So in COVID, it was particularly helpful for them, but it was wildly successful in terms of time. The Board of Equalization is almost all retired.
We lost Dee, Madam Chair, but I think she made the point that this does apply to boards and commissions. This does not apply to the assembly, and that this is leveraging technology in order to. And I bet that's her. I bet that's.
I'm
her.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know where I was. I was just saying that the telephonic has been a part of our system for a couple of years. It kept expanding. The Port Board, for instance, had people from different parts of the state. The Investment Advisory Board had experts from different parts. The Disability Board had people who had trouble making it in. The Board of Ethics is 5 professionals. They don't have to travel now to and from the meetings because it saves so much time in terms of scheduling. The Board of Equalization is mostly retirees. Also, they don't want to do the travel time back and forth. What we found during the pandemic was that the telephonic was wildly successful, much more than we thought. We thought it would go back to where it was after.
Thank you, Ms. Ennis. And thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I have a series of 5 amendments that you should have just gotten, and I'd like to start on those. So I move Weddleton Amendment 1 of 5.
Second, you're not moving them as a package?
Well, I don't know. I could, Chair. Could I just do it as a package? Move Weddleton Amendments 1 through 5? Thanks. That would be better.
Second, yes.
Second.
Okay, and just broadly on these, the first 4 are really just for clarification or to fix and, just an edit, really. And the final one is something new. And this would allow, when there's no emergency declared, that a petitioner or applicant appearing in front of a board or commission acting in an adjudicatory capacity shall be allowed at their request an in-person meeting with a quorum of the members present in person. And that is, there's some cases, particularly if you're appealing, I guess in any case, if you're appealing a assessment, for example, that can be fairly complex. You may have documents to show, big plats, and you want to do it right there, where on both sides, the person presenting, but also the board members, the demeanor of the players, and so is part of the decision making. So there are times where in-person is important. So this gives the petitioner an ability to say, I want in-person, if there's not some health emergency or something preventing it. And I apologize that these were handed out on September 28th, and then, so they were out there, and I hope the administration and others got to see them.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Madam Chair, maybe I could just ask the sponsor, are we allowed to address some of these the amendments as a packet of where we kind of disagree with? Does he introduce them as a packet?
Yes, you can raise
Okay.
questions about
Thank
any
you.
of the amendments
If
or
it's
items
okay,
here.
can I just directly ask the sponsor?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Well, the first question I have is in regards to amendment number 4, where Mr. Weddleton put emergency, then when the assembly. And I just want clarification from the administration when it comes to the assembly. Does boards and commissions necessarily fall under our guidance, or is it just that we approve or disapprove certain members?
And Mr. Weddleton, it's fine.
I'm sorry.
The convention is through the chair, but I said
Okay.
to go ahead, so if you want to go ahead and respond.
Is that to me, or was that for the administration or the
I
attorney?
think, Madam Chair, it would be through the administration.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. I can repeat it
So
for
not the
them.
sponsor of the amendment, but the
No, I
sponsor.
have a couple other questions. Do you want me just to ask the sponsor his questions first, and then I could go to the administration?
Well, if your questions relate to the amendment.
Yeah, they
but-
do.
Okay,
All of them do.
specifically on the amendment.
Yeah. To the sponsor, Mr. Weddleton, you said remotely, and you wanted it to be changed to virtually. And my concern there is there's a fine line and a difference between being remote and being virtual. And I think I understand there's a play on words there, but to change remotely to virtual actually changes the meaning of the process. Remotely, they could be in New York because they're TDY versus virtually where they work as a team collaborative, and I just don't know if you're willing not to.
What I did in this is simply made it uniform, so the same phrase was used in the same way throughout the whole ordinance. It was, they are often used interchangeably, but within the code, they shouldn't be. So I used like physical and remote. This came from the administration on Amendment 1. So I just, and then virtually they use that difference. So it,
Yeah, I would.
the intent here was just to get it consistent.
I would stay consistent and use the word remote or remotely versus flipping it to virtually, just because the actual meaning is different. It's slight, but it
Well,
does change the meaning. If you want to talk to administration and find out they're legal.
And I think we heard that actually from Ms. Domboski. Virtual means pretty much the entire meeting is no one's in a same location. Remote, when we refer to remote, is you have an in-person meeting, but some people, such as Mr. Constant and Mr. Peterson, are remote. So that's how this is used here. And it's just the words were changed, so it's all consistent.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Do you have another question, Ms. Allard?
I do. It's in regards to amendment number 4, when we place the word assembly in there, when the assembly, mayor, governor, or federal government has declared an emergency. I just want to know the assembly's legal role in delegating that if the boards and commission, most of the members aren't approved by the assembly, and only certain commissions and boards. So I just wanted to find out why we would add ourselves in there if they don't fall underneath us.
Is that to me? I'm happy to address it.
You can.
Yeah, the list here is just every government body that can declare an emergency that could be relevant, and the Assembly does have it within our power to declare an emergency. I mean, similarly, the governor and federal government don't have direct control over our boards and commissions either, but they can declare emergencies that would be relevant to the operation of the boards and commissions.
Thank you. And then I guess, thank you for the clarification. I guess the last question, I'm going to go back to this if the administration can chime in. The remotely versus virtually. There's a difference.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to start, and then I will tee it up for Deannis, who is much more adept at this. I will point you to Section 2 of the ordinance where it says attendance. In there, it defines remote attendance. And then in Section 3, it goes in to talk about remote participation. So I just will point you to that, Ms. Allard, because I think remote and virtually is used in the same section. Remote attendance is defined as attendance conducted by telephone virtually or through any remote means. I'll let Law weigh in on that. And there's one other issue that you touched upon, if I may. I just want to ask legal, and I apologize because they're not here. I can't just lean over. But Dee may be able to answer it. One of the concerns that I have in amendment number 4, number 7, it says when the assembly, mayor, governor, or federal government has declared an emergency. So I just want to make sure that this isn't an expansion of authority by the assembly, because charter specifically indicates that it's the mayor who has the ability to declare an emergency, and then the assembly within a certain number of days has to ratify that declaration. So I just want to make sure that there's no inadvertent action there. So if Deputy Municipal Manager Deannis can weigh in on both remote and virtually for you, Ms. Allard, and then to the second part about the declaration of emergency.
Through the chair, Deannis, I think what's the easier answer is the emergency one, because the charter does grant the assembly the power to declare an emergency and pass an EO. They're interrelated with the mayor's powers, but it is there. So I think it's safer to put that in there, and to the extent it exists, it exists. With respect to remote, virtual, I had this looked over by an attorney who's in litigation on this whole issue, and I think it was her suggestion, put all those words in, because we don't know really what they all mean currently. They're evolving over time. The point is that people don't have to be physically in the room. So it's physical versus remote, and whether remote is by telephone, virtual, or any other means.
Thank you, Ms. Ennis. Thank you, Ms. Demboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Omnibus Weddleton Amendment number 1 to 5.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend amendment number 1, please. Oh, I apologize. I'm going to... Just a second, Madam Chair.
Technically, once I call for the vote, there's no further debate, but go ahead with your amendment to the amendment, Ms. Allard.
Madam, really quick. Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't have an amendment to Amendment 1, but I do to Amendment 2 and 4.
Please make your motion.
Thank you. I amend Amendment 2, and to take Mr. Weddleton had struck a line through remotely. I want to add that back in. I can go down if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Mr. Weddleton had, on section number 2 of Amendment 2, struck a line through in a public setting. I'm not sure the intent in that, but there's no reason for that to be in there. Meaning that not to strike it, it should be in a public setting, whether that's virtually or remotely. Then I would go to amendment number 3, and he struck a line through the word remotely. I would add that back in there. And then amendment 4, he added assembly, and I would take that out. And that's everything. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk, would you go ahead and repeat the amendment to make sure we have it correct? That I have it correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. My understanding of the amendment is in Amendment 2, in paragraph 1, the second line, leave the word remotely in. In Amendment 2, paragraph 2, the last line, leave in the words in a public setting. In Amendment 3, paragraph 6, leave in the word remotely. In Amendment 4, paragraph 7, take out the word assembly.
Thank you, ma'am. That's perfect.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And I'll second for purposes of discussion.
So moved by Ms. Allard, seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. You know, with some minor wordsmithing, I think the first two to add back in remotely probably do no damage. The amendment to number 4 to take out assembly, I believe, would be incorrect, as we heard from Municipal Attorney Ennis. She recommended that that be left in because it's in the charter and is appropriate.
Okay, I apologize. I withdraw the amendment number 4 of taking out the assembly. I didn't hear Ms. Ennis properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Does the second agree? Ms. Kennedy
Yes.
agrees. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. This is a question for the clerk's office. Can the grammar just be cleared up via some kind of Scribner's error, or do you need clearer intent that it would be like on amendment number 2, number 1, held in person or virtually or remotely? Because right now there's a period and an addition of a word. If we are clear enough on the intent of the amendment, can it be cleared up via Scribner's error? That's the question.
On amendment number 2, paragraph 2, I would need to know what do you believe it should be?
In amendment number 2, paragraph 1, because if we reinstate the word remotely, we need it to be a list of held in person or virtually or remotely, because it'd be 3 different options. That's how I read it and understand it. And I guess that would be clarification. I don't know if we need to be more clear on the amendment, or if it's a Scribner's error that could be corrected later.
Through the chair, they would need to be clarified.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know what she's asking?
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I'm going to do the grammatics. Just 1 second, please.
Ms. Kennedy?
Okay, so are you ready, Madam Chair? I apologize.
Actually, if you're ready, Ms. Allard, we'll go back to you, and then we'll go to you, and we'll come back to Ms. Kennedy. Ms.
Okay.
Allard?
So we will add,
Well, no, ignore that. You got to make
no, add, okay, yeah, held in person, comma, or virtually, comma,
or
remotely, period.
And then similar on the other.
Okay.
Also here, virtually, remotely, sorry.
I think
in person.
For Amendment 3 as well?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so 2 changes. first to Amendment 2, paragraph 1, comma after virtually, adding or, and doing the same thing for Amendment 3. Is that correct, Ms. Allard?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And does the second agree, Ms. Kennedy?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kennedy, on the amendment to the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just wanted some clarification. I mean, when I'm looking at the Amendment 2, number 1 there, meetings, board and commission meetings may be held in person or virtually. And then it goes on to talk about in person means held in a public setting with a physical location.
And actually, Ms. Kennedy, I believe this is on the main amendment, your question?
Yes, because I'm trying to figure out why adding the word remotely or even changing the word virtually to remotely actually makes the difference. Because it seems to me then with the next statement, the virtual meeting is one held with no physical location, basically a technology venue, if you will, which of course would be also remotely just by virtue of the fact that it's virtual. So I guess maybe the maker of the motion for the amendment could clarify why the difference in specifying or virtually or remotely, because anything that's happening virtually, everyone is meeting remotely. So anyway, I'll leave it at that for some further clarification as to the necessity of the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Does the sponsor of the amendment to the amendment wish to respond?
I was trying to follow you, Ms. Kennedy. I agree with whatever Ms. Kennedy just said, just for the sake of, what did you say? I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow this, and it's
May I again?
the amendment to the amendment.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. The amendment as it is originally written basically makes a distinction between a meeting that is held in person or a meeting that is held through technology. In other words, the term virtually. Anybody who is attending in person obviously has to be in that particular public setting in a physical location, which is what the definition further says a little bit. You know, the next sentence there says, in-person meeting is held in a public setting with a physical location. But it can also provide for remote attendance, or in other words, if somebody is located in a remote location, they would be able to attend because you're actually offering a virtual platform. So the next one then is a virtual meeting is held with no physical location and obviously speaks specifically to some kind of technological platform. And everybody would be basically meeting by remote attendance. So I'm back to the virtually versus remotely. I don't think that actually, well, I'm wondering why you would want the distinction between in-person or virtually and then to add or remotely, because I think remotely is already inherent in the word virtually.
Can I answer that, Madam Chair? Okay, thank you.
Please.
The reason I wanted to keep remotely in there is because demographically you could be in San Francisco, somebody can be in New York, and somebody can be in Washington. But the definition of virtually is that we're all on one mission, on one team. So it could be that, I have the definition, stand by. Remote workers may come from different parts of the globe, and they may or may not have a face-to-face meeting with colleagues. A virtual team is composed of members who may be working together on the same project, but report to different managers and team leaders. So there is a fine line, and I just don't want there to be confusion because the definitions are just ever so slight. And I feel that if we add both of them in there, we're kind of covered. It's kind of the difference between a shall, a will, or should, or a could, or a can. We've gone through this. So it covers us to add the remotely and leave it in there and the virtual.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 9-2. We now have the amendment before us. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment number 1 through 5.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. We now have the main motion as amended before us. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-85 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 13F passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14T. Ordinance number AO 2021-103, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.70 to include sewer and water treatment employees in service class A1 for purposes of fairness and impasse resolution. Assembly members Weddleton, Dunbar, and Perez Verdilla. Public hearing on this item is now open. Members of the please come forward, state your name for the record, and the area of town in which you live. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Plickett, and I'm the business manager for Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 367. I live in downtown Anchorage. Thank you, Madam Chair, Assembly members, and Mayor Bronson for the opportunity to speak to you tonight concerning 2021-103. The services provided by UA Local 367 members and the Anchorage Wastewater Utility is outstanding. These members provide the city with clean water to drink, to wash our hands, and to bathe. They remove and treat contaminated waste from our homes and businesses. Our members of AWWU honestly keep the health of our city. Tonight, you will hear directly from members of Local 367 that keep AWWU running smoothly. You will hear about the complexity of each system they maintain, the daily emergency calls, and the pride and craftsmanship of the dedicated public servants. Upon hearing this, I hope you will have a better understanding of the utility and an appreciation for the workers that make it happen 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The city classifies bargaining units of workers based on the services they provide to the city, A1, A2, and A3. The city can tolerate a limited or extended break in service by workers classified as A2 and A3. If the city and the MOA reach impasse during the contract negotiations, these bargaining units have the ability and the right to withhold their labor. Essentially, they have the right to strike. The city cannot tolerate an interruption of any kind for any length of time from workers classified as A1. This is why our emergency responders, like police and firefighters, who do not have a right to withhold their labor and strike. Instead, A1 workers are given a binding arbitration clause if the bargaining parties reach impasse during contract negotiations. This allows labor and management to hold equal economic power in negotiating for a fair deal. AWWU employees deserve the same respect and consideration as A1 workers, just like police and fire. The city cannot go without the services they provide. In a case in point, in 2011, after months of negotiations, AWW workers approved a strike vote, and within hours, the then Sullivan administration filed an injunction to block the workers from withholding their labor. Ultimately, the union and the members agreed to the injunction as our care for the people of Anchorage and the concern for their safety kept our members working through that time and through several last best offers over the last several years.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you, sir. Ms. Allard?
I do. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
Ms.
for your-
Allard.
Thank you. I appreciate your service. I know it's hard work. Thank you. No offense, but you're not APD and you're not the AFD. They are first responders. My question to you is, by voting yes on this, are we then allowing the laborers union workers?
Plumbers and Steam Fitters Union.
Thank you. Sorry, don't want to. Are we allowing them to bring in arbitration from out of state, one person, to make a decision for the entire community without any public input?
An arbitrator selection process is a long process that both the bargaining parties would sit down and select an arbitrator together, where we would have time to review that arbitrator's opinion. And I think a lot of times in the most difficult disagreements in our society, we leave those to an independent third party to render us a decision on. This would fall in that same category.
So the answer is yes, the community would not have input, and the taxpayers could have their taxes increase if arbitration decides that there are pay raises that are...
Well, not necessarily. AWW is not a tax rate utility. This is a ratepayer utility that is based on the Regulatory Commission of Alaska, where we have multiple avenues for the public to be able to weigh in.
Thank you. Just one final question, please. Thank you for clarifying. But the rates could go up to a homeowner, any renter.
I have no way to be able to prove that without, to give you a guarantee that rates would go up. I don't think we've seen that with our increases or different contract cycles over the several years that I'm born and raised here, so I mean...
somebody would have to pay.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Absolutely. My name is Raymond Nuxall, and I live in South Anchorage. And I wanted to start off by saying I'm here to seek your support and ask you to vote in favor of our group being appropriately classified as an A1 bargaining unit. I'd like to give you a quick overview of our utility that is the front line of defense to your families and my community's health and safety. A responsibility that cannot be taken lightly. That cannot be replaced or hired by, I'm really nervous. A responsibility that cannot be replaced by a hired contractor without jeopardizing the health and safety of our community. Every contractor in Alaska would be grossly inexperienced and underqualified to provide the same standard of service that AWW has always provided for our community. I've been with the water utility for 10 years, and it takes years to develop a comprehensive understanding of our system. In total, just in our Operations and Maintenance Division alone, we have 375 years of combined experience working at O&M. We maintain and repair every asset between Girdwood to Eklutna. We are one of the largest water utilities in the nation. Only highlighting my division at O&M, we have the responsibility of maintaining the following. We maintain and repair 764 miles of sewer pipe, 850 miles of water pipe, 7,850 fire hydrants, 43 sewer lift stations pumping upwards of 30 million gallons a day, 17,000 mainline water valves, 2 septic receiving stations. Last year alone, we removed over 200 million tons of material from the sewer mains. In the last year, we've responded to over 58 sanitary sewer overflows. We have 2 excavation crews that dig an average of 350 scheduled excavations per year. This does not include emergency water main breaks, collapsed sewer pipes, or a variety of other emergency digs. In total, we maintain and supply water and wastewater services to 55,000 residential accounts, plus an additional 4,000 commercial accounts. We are first responders. In our 2011 contract negotiations, the prior administration moved to enact an injunction immediately, essentially defining us as A1 status. The plumbers have already been declared essential in a judge's order, and were told it would be unsafe for us to strike. Believe it or not, I am here to help you. Believe it or not, I'm here to help you. I'm trying to help you understand that there is no opportunity for a contingency plan to replace us without creating a substantial lapse in interrupted service.
You can finish your sentence. And then Mr. Dunbar has a question for you.
Go ahead with the question, please.
Well, I had two questions. One, how much do you hate public speaking?
Pardon me?
So how much do you hate public speaking?
I have never spoken public in my entire life.
You did great. You really did. And I was just going to ask if you wanted to just wrap up with a few last sentences.
The only thing I would like to say, somebody mentioned that we are not first responders, and that's something I have to absolutely, completely, totally disagree with. We are literally the first line of defense. We are comparable to police and fire in the sense that we protect everybody in the community every single solitary day. You guys, you don't realize it, but our utility is huge. It is massive, and we are out of sight. You don't see pipes. You don't see water mains. You see a few fire hydrants, but we really truly are the first line of defense to the health and safety of the community.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Christopher Blastic, and I live in District 3. Through the chair, good evening, Anchorage Assembly. And I'd like to first state as myself a skilled blue-collar laborer, as are my fellow AWU co-workers. While I feel the city has already made our case for us, I hope our testimony here tonight sheds more light in support of our group achieving A1 status through AO 2021-103. We all know police and fire are A1, but were you aware that fire is often reliant on us for a portion of their required duties? Fire hydrants are thought by most people to be something that AFD has control over. Not the case, as you've already heard. We are responsible for almost every fire hydrant in Anchorage. Often, it is incumbent that we assist in the redirecting and diversion of water pressure to best assist firefighting needs to meet the required pressure at that hydrant. The same scenario can be said of those buildings throughout the municipality that have integrated fire suppression systems reliant on our water supply. We redirect and divert water flow to provide the necessary pressure required of those systems as well. Are you aware that through the monitoring of the water supply grid system, we can quickly recognize and address potential incidences that, if left unmonitored and without people who know the actual system, could cause a critical failure? That damage arguably wouldn't be contained to only those pipes. Major waterline breaks have the potential to cause damage to highways, buildings, parks, and even some of our bodies of water. A great example is Campbell Lake. Most of you here should be aware of that incident which took place during the 2018 earthquake. We at AWWU are all involved in making sure our utility operates as intended and stays current and up to date. I've been improving myself through training for over 7 years, and through this training I've been fortunate to be involved in so many different parts of our utility. From my work and training experience, both normal situations and emergency situations, I know how critically impactful our role is in the health and safety of Anchorage. The services we provide take years of professional training and experience acquired only through working on our system. It takes more than just me and a few other employees. We work as a cohesive unit relying on the sum of the whole, which is why we can't easily be replaced. Just like police and fire, we are integral to the health and safety of not just the ratepayers of AWWU, but also the residents and guests of Anchorage. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see anyone in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
You think Murad did bad? I felt speech 3 times. Hi, Madam Chair, Anchorage Assembly, Mayor Bronson. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name's Danny Sirico. I'm a systems maintenance foreman. I've been with the municipality personally for about 15 years now. I'm in the operations and maintenance division. I'm the systems maintenance foreman. I am responsible for all the wastewater in the municipality. It is our guys' job to make sure the wastewater gets where it's supposed to go and not be where it's not supposed to go. Now, I hear, the concern, and I've heard from your work sessions that, the Corps of Engineers can come in and do our job, we can be replaced. That simply isn't true. It takes years to learn the system. We have a handful of guys that can operate our 43 lift stations within the municipality. Out of those 43, 13 of them are critical. They're less than 2 hours retention time. One of them, Pump Station 2, is our largest one. It's down at Westchester Lagoon. It pumps an average of 11 million gallons of sewage a day. We have a half an hour retention time. That is when our system goes, the alarms go off, we have to respond. Monday, there was a power outage, as most of you know, downtown. Well, during that power outage, Pump Station 2, both pumps went down. They faulted out, one airlocked. Our crews hurried up, got down there, got the situation rectified. 8,000 gallons a minute is what's going to flow out in Westchester Lagoon. You do not want us to strike for one day. Our members don't want to strike. Now, we're allowed to strike for up to 14 days. Okay? I've grown up here. My family's here. Help us help you protect the citizens. This is not about a raise. It's not about anything like that, at least not for me. So that's about all I got. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mayor Bronson has a question for you. Mayor Bronson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I've got a question for you on this. Certainly have what you're doing here is you're giving up the right to strike to go to binding arbitration. I lived in that world as a union member for 30 years. And frankly, I have no problem with this at all. My question is normally, I was subject to RLA, Railroad Labor Act, which prevented me as an airline worker from striking. But within the legislation, it prescribes who and how selects the binding arbitrator. And I'm looking through this, and I didn't notice that. It would be helpful if you prescribe the process on how the arbitrator who binds both parties is selected. Have you given that, has your group given that any consideration?
I myself can't answer that. I have no clue. If I could answer that, I'd be in a different profession. Aaron, can you answer that?
And actually, we can come back to this during debate, Mayor Bronson. Typically for these more complex problems, we can bring folks back up.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Definitely get you your answer, though.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you. And actually, I find myself agreeing that this probably does need to be done. And like the mayor, my question would be about the administration and the pipe fitters, I'm sorry.
Plumbers and pipe fitters.
Plumbers and pipe fitters, if there would be some way that there could be some sort of clause regarding, but we'll get to it. And thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I didn't really have a question. I think I'm supporting this.
Thank you. And I can tell you this, none of us want to go to arbitration. I've served on the negotiation committee. I just want it fair. That's all. Just make it fair.
Thank you, sir.
I like fair. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar has a question for you.
No, I'm sorry. It wasn't a question. I just wanted to comment that we will have an attorney during debate available to answer that kind of question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And actually, I have one person signed up for phone testimony. Mr. Turner, could we give Mr. McGuire a call, please?
Hello, this is Brandon.
Hi, Mr. McGuire. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-103.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for allowing me to speak in support of AO 103. My name is Brandon McGuire, and I live in District 6. I'm the business representative for members of UA Local 367, Plumbers and Steam Fitters. We are asking for your support of AO 103. I contend the members of UA Local 367 should be classified as an A1 status group, and I quote, "The public health is directly impacted by the quality of the water it drinks and the proper treatment and disposal of its wastewater. The process of providing water to Anchorage is highly technical, with many safeguards in place to protect the public. Any deviation from the proper handling of this water, whatever its source, could immediately jeopardize the health of the citizens of Anchorage. Similarly, the treatment of wastewater is crucial to public health and safety. This part of the equation may be even more technical than the drinking water side. Improperly treated or untreated water and wastewater pose both immediate and long-term dangers to public health. As an A2 union, the defendants are not entitled to strike at a time when public health, safety, or welfare are endangered." End quote. These are not arguments that I'm making to you tonight. These weren't made during a time of emergency. These are arguments made by the municipality of Anchorage when seeking to prevent members of UA Local 367 from striking in 2011 during a normal period in time. The following findings of fact and conclusions of law are pulled directly from the preliminary injunction order issued by Superior Court Judge Frank Fiffner on September 1st, 2011 against the proposed strike by AWW employees in case number 3 Alpha November-11-10463 civil. And I quote number 12, "The municipality has shown and the court has found in the findings of fact above that a strike by this bargaining unit will very quickly result in detrimental effects on the interests of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage." Number 15, "Because the court finds as a matter of fact that a strike by the AWW employees would threaten the health, safety, and welfare of the public, the court finds as a matter of law that an injunction may issue which prohibits strike." And number 16, "The municipality of Anchorage and the public would suffer irreparable harm should the members of Plumbers and Pipe Fitters 367 walk out." End quote. In the event this work group experiences another forced last best offer by the municipality, it is reasonable to assume the MOA would move immediately to enjoin a strike again, thereby denying even A2 status to this group. In the interest of fundamental fairness at the bargaining table, we urge this body to vote in support of AO 103. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go back to in-person testimony.
Chair, I'm in the queue.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, who was that?
Mr. Constant.
Mr. Constant, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. McGuire, are you still on the phone?
No, actually, he's not.
Can we get him back on the phone? Or I guess we could wait till the public hearing closes, but he is the one, I think, who can answer the mayor's question most effectively.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Constant. I think we can come back to that during debate, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Anthony Monteleone, and I live Peters Creek, Chugiak area. I'm a journeyman fleet technician for AWWU. So that makes me responsible for about 300 pieces of rolling equipment. This includes specialty equipment such as Vector trucks, sewer jet trucks, easement machines, heavy equipment, excavators, dozers. We have a lot of equipment that we need and that these boys back here need me to maintain so that they can provide water and sewer services for this city. I have over 70 certifications that spans 5 truck manufacturers, 6 heavy equipment platforms, and multiple vehicle systems attached to a lot of these pieces of equipment. The level at which the level of complexity that exists today in just maintaining these systems, you cannot find. If you go to the dealer now, if I drove a Vector down to RWC and said this is broke, it's going to be 3 to 4 weeks before they can look at it. We have a global supply shortage right now on parts, and I have spent the majority of the past few weeks looking to mitigate every risk I can for these pieces of equipment when they go down. This A1 status would give us a little more leverage with manufacturers to help me maintain these vehicles. Currently, Cummins has put out programming that alleviates an issue that we're having and is a global issue right now. And I was able to get that vehicle back on running by changing the ECM programming that they programmed for this particular situation. I want you guys to understand that we do our jobs because we love what we do. We work hard, real hard. And all we're asking for is what's fair. Nothing more. And if you don't pass it, we're all going to be at work at 6 a.m. in the morning. And we'll still be there because we've done it time and time again. But it would be nice for the for this dais to recognize the efforts of this group and put us in a status which we rightly deserve. And that's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. It's a little bit of a comment, but I just wanted to say I've heard the word fair several times, and I'm going to be quite honest, totally against this. Listening to you gentlemen come up here and testify, you have swayed me. You do deserve this, and it is fair. So thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you for recognizing that. I appreciate it. Also, thank you guys for staying late. I thought I had it bad dealing with the excrement that comes my way, but clearly you guys may have us beat.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Dustin Sherman, for the record. So, I'm not real sure which way to go on the ordinance itself, but I will tell you this. As a son of a man who used to work in a union and lay gas line for a company in Colorado, these guys work their ass off. I'll be 100% honest with you. These guys do a great job. And if it wasn't for them, your toilets wouldn't be flushing. We wouldn't have the fire hydrants out there to save your homes whenever they catch on fire. So I applaud the efforts that these guys are doing. So my problem with this is I'm not a huge fan of unions because the same guy that worked for 25 years laying gas line was fired for a union for having lack of experience. So I'm struggling with it a little bit, but I do support these guys 100%. So I guess I would have to support this a little bit. It's a tough one for me, but this is one reason that we need better programs in schools to get guys out there, get kids out there working with their hands, and blue-collar workers are where it's at, guys. So if you can support it, support it.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Rachel Colvard, and I'm a carpenter, so I definitely support my brother craftsmen in their effort to be treated fairly. We don't do slavery, so it's not right that we should tell somebody, no, you have to go to work, and you're going to get paid what I say you're going to get paid. I agree that the process should be fair, and it should be a negotiated agreement. And, carpenters have gone through several cycles now, and those things are considered carefully, but when you do get to an impasse, it should go to arbitration, binding arbitration, and they definitely deserve the A1 status to protect them. Yeah, we don't do slavery, and I support their efforts to get compensated fairly. As a ratepayer, I don't want to pay excessive rates, but I also want to pay a fair wage. As a member of the city, I want people to be compensated appropriately for their effort. You know, we've gone from pandemic and now we're endemic, and as the daughter of a nurse, the number one thing that you can do to have a healthy civilization is your clean water supply and your waste, and make sure that that goes somewhere and gets treated appropriately. And these are the ladies and gentlemen that do that, and we should deal with them fairly. So they should have this status, and I hope you'll support that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, resident of District 3. I'll be running for District 3, Seat D, to unseat Cameron Perez-Verdilla through the chair. With regards to 2021-103, I strongly oppose this ordinance for this reason. Public sector unions are something that hijacks the public's dollars and the public's interest. Respectfully, gentlemen in the back, this is nothing against any one of you. I know you're all hardworking humans, hardworking men and women. My father is a brick mason by trade. I spent over 20 years working with him, watching him toil and sweat so we could have a better life. So I respect your work. But when it comes to the public process, sorry, I was just thinking about Eugene Carl Haberman for a moment there. But binding arbitration occurs outside of the public's view, and so therefore you're negotiating spending our tax dollars that we pay to you through multiple ways that you grab that money, and you're negotiating to pay it out behind the public's back outside of a public meeting, violating the Public Meetings Act, in my humble opinion. So through the chair, I would like to address something, quid pro quo. If you look at line 24 on page 1 of this ordinance, it says, whereas under the quid pro quo doctrine, according to a Google search, quid pro quo harassment, this relates to employment, is when employment pay, benefits, title, position, or other opportunities or advancement or training are conditioned on the submission to unwelcome, this says sexual advances, but I think we could input a different word in there, taking of money advances outside of the public's view. So through the chair, speaking to, through the chair, Amy Demboski, municipal manager, through the chair to the mayor. It's very interesting that you brought up that you were a former airline worker for 35 years. I would like to bring your mind back to Mr. Ronald Reagan, a former president of the United States of America, that issued an executive order to the airline traffic controllers and I believe the pilots as well, demanding that they report to work, sir. Otherwise, through the chair, he was going to fire them and have the National Guard fill those positions. So, because this affects, according to this document as well, the public safety, through the chair, municipal manager Amy Demboski, through the chair to the mayor, you have the ability to make an emergency ordinance to make sure that the public safety is maintained, sir, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, I see you're in the queue. I need to go to the mover first, and then we'll come back to you. Mr. Dunbar?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that our public testimony tonight lays out pretty well why this should be passed. There was also an assembly memorandum that was laid on the table that runs with this, that lays out some of the language from the injunction. I apologize that it came late. We've been working on it for a while. Obviously, it's been a challenging time. Just our legal department is pretty overworked right now. I did want to address the mayor's question about the arbitrators. So this ordinance doesn't change the way those are selected, but we should have online Miss Heidi Drygas, who is an attorney that works with plumbers and steam fitters, that should be able to speak to the exact line of code that references how they are selected. Can I ask her, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Ms. Drygas, are you online?
I hope so. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we actually can.
Okay. Okay, great. Yes. Thank you, Chair LaFrance. For the record, my name is Heidi Drygas. I'm General Counsel for the Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 367. Through the Chair, Mayor Bronson, I believe it was your question on how the arbitrator is selected. This doesn't change the process that's already in municipal code. It's in AMC 3.70.100B, and what it basically says there in that paragraph is that the parties select a list of 9 names from AAA, the American Arbitration Association. 3 of those names come from within the state of Alaska, and then 6 of the names come from outside of the state. And I'm sure that's largely because most arbitrators do reside out of the state, but we do have some arbitrators that live in Alaska. So the process wouldn't change. It's the same process that's been in place for many years for Class A1 employees.
Thank you, Ms. Drygas. I also have a small technical amendment, but I'll wait till we finish more of the substantive debate before I put it forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, can I go ahead and ask? So just for clarification, because you work with laborers and unions quite a bit, could you, I didn't hear her completely, is she saying that it is absolutely 2 parties coming together, the administration and the laborers are, plumbers and pipe fitters, that they could come together and decide on an arbitrator, kind of meet in the middle?
So this
Just for clarification, I apologize.
No, it's a good question. So this ordinance would allow the plumbers and pipe fitters to go through the same process we currently use for the other A1 unions. And I believe it is as you described, but I'm not totally sure, so I'm going to ask Ms. Drygas again. Out of that list of 9, Ms. Drygas, do you know how the parties decide which one they select?
Yes, through the Chair, what typically happens is the parties, each party strikes names from the list of 9 until you're left with 1 name, and that is the name that both parties agree to. So you can flip a coin or however you start the striking process, and then you get down to 1 name, and that's typically how it's done. Aaron can probably also, Mr. Plickett can probably also speak to this as well, but that is typically how it happens.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I ask Mr. Dunbar just one more question?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Mr. Dunbar, would you have an issue if, I understand what she said, but just for the sake of everybody on the same page, is there any way that you would be open to adding some sort of clause, just to reiterate, perhaps?
A whereas clause?
Would you do that? I mean, I could, but it's yours, so why not just let you do it?
Let me think here for a second.
I don't know how you'd word it, but maybe we could think.
I'm not opposed to that. I'll say that this ordinance doesn't touch on that part of code, if that makes sense. So I'll have to think and maybe talk to Dean about whether what a whereas would look at like and whether it would be appropriate. Because again, what you're doing is sort of referencing a different part of the code. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying I want to make sure we did it in the right way.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Next, I have Mayor Bronson in the queue, and then Mr. Constant, and then Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Ms. Drygas, you said the process is you go 6 outsiders, 3 insiders, I think is what you said, and then you strike off each side and you wind up with 1. Why is it 6 outside, 3 inside the state? Do we know?
That is a question for, through the Chair, Mayor Bronson, that is a question for the Assembly when they pass this municipal code provision, it looks like back in the 80s. It's been around for a very long time, 3.70.100B. And one clarification I would add too is that there is a provision in there that, typically parties choose a name through the strike method, but there is a clause in there that says, unless otherwise mutually agreed to by the parties. So theoretically, the parties could mutually agree to an arbitrator from the list of 9. I have not seen that in quite some time, but it is possible. So, but that is just in municipal code, Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair, Ms. Ragus, I appreciate that. Just as a matter of experience, 30 years of this, I lived in a world where, the fact of it is what matters here is who picks the arbitrator. And I lived in a world for 30 years where the arbitrator always they lived in the back pocket of management. That just always happened. And some suspect now that the arbitrators that we wind up with tend to side with labor. Sometimes with outsized settlements that the municipality and the assembly have no inside look at. And I just caution without having input by the assembly or the executive branch, you could get into a position where the group from which you choose the arbitrators from, they can tilt against you. Trust me, I've been there. I've probably been a union member longer than most of you guys. That can go south on you really fast. So you want to narrow this language down real tight on, and I don't know if it means looking at charter or at code 370-100B again, but if you go down this path, you give up the right to strike, which is a good thing, frankly, for everyone. It's a good for the municipality. It takes that threat off the table, and you just testified to that. That's a good thing. The threat here, or the scare here in some people, is that we wind up with outside settlements against the municipality, that the assembly and the executive branch, maybe 5 or 10 years from now when we're all gone, we don't have any say in, but it can flip the other way. And I'm just here, I would ask that we take a look at this and maybe give this another session, Madam Chair, because I'm worried if it goes south on you, it's going to go south bad, and it'll stay that way a long time. I lived it. So I'll turn it over to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Next in the queue is Mr. Constant.
I'm going to take myself out of the queue for now.
We'll come back to you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking the same way as Mr. Constant at this point, but I do want to just make a couple of points. One is that the code provision that's being discussed by the mayor and I believe by Ms. Allard is not directly addressed by this, and those are issues that we can certainly take up, and I think may be worth our time. Tonight we're talking about whether this particular union should be moved to an A1 status or not. And clearly, from my perspective, that is a yes. That they are vital to the health and safety of the city, and it's important that they're able to be recognized in that status. And I think the testimony that we heard tonight made that very clear. So I just want to make sure that I'm encouraging all of my colleagues to support this. I think that the issues that are being brought up by Mayor Bronson and Ms. Allard are valid. They're not addressed in this, and so I think we need to move forward to pass this tonight. I'm concerned about the time. We're getting close to the end of this meeting. I'd like to get this passed, and then certainly have an opportunity to bring up some of the code conversations that Ms. Allard and Mayor Bronson are talking about. So I would encourage us to move forward and vote on this tonight so we can get it done, and then address the other issues at another time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wanted to echo what Mr. Perez-Verdia said. Due to the title of this ordinance actually sort of precludes us, I think, from going in and altering the A1 process by which you choose an arbitrator. And if you did do that, and I think it's a worthy goal by the mayor, you definitely want to talk to the fire union and the police union. I mean, it's their provision too. And so, like Mr. Presredi, I hope we can get to a solution tonight on this ordinance and then perhaps address that at a later date. I've written up a quick amendment here to try to address what Ms. Allard asked for. So the statement I have is, it's a whereas clause on line 27, and I just felt it fit best there. Whereas AMC section 3.70.100B provides for a process whereby the municipality and A1 employees can choose a mutually agreed upon arbitrator, comma.
Are you moving it as an amendment?
Yeah, I'm moving it as an amendment.
Second.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can you repeat that, Mr. Dunbar, please?
Yes. Whereas AMC section 3.70.100B provides for a process whereby the municipality and A1 employees can choose a mutually agreed upon arbitrator, comma.
Thank you.
So the amendment has been moved and seconded.
Can I, while we're here, can I merge in another section of this amendment, which would be what's currently amendment number 1 everybody has, that just changes the word pipe fitters to steam fitters, which is the actual name of the union? Second. If my second could agree to that?
The second agrees.
Okay, and it's page 1, beginning at line 37, just changes the word pipe fitters to steam fitters.
Ms. Allard?
Am I still in queue? I
You were.
apologize. No, I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to amend line 27 to add whereas AMC 3.70.100B provides for a process where the municipality and A1 employees can agree to a mutually agreed upon arbitrator, and page 1, line 37 changes pipe fitters to steam fitters.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Mr. Constant, did you want back in the queue?
Nope.
Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AO 2021-103 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 14T passes 11-0.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. May I take the floor for a moment?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I'm asking Mr. Gates right now to circulate an ordinance for introduction, the intent of which is to take back up the question that was set for a public hearing further into the future, the rules of order and who controls the chamber. So the item is being distributed. It should be by email, and I would ask for a second and a third. I move to introduce this item. Second.
Second.
Third. Thank you.
That item has been moved with a second and a third, and it has been introduced.
And we would set it for public hearing on Friday next week. Special meeting.
With a request to set for public hearing on at a special meeting on Friday, November 5th.
And then finally, I would like to make a motion, I have to get to the motion, to continue all unfinished business items to a special meeting on Monday, 11/1. And I would ask for a second so we could discuss this. Second.
Can he repeat that,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair? I'm sorry, I had difficulty hearing.
Sure. The motion is to move to continue all unfinished items to a special meeting on Monday, November 1st. Mr. Constant?
Right, and so the reason we're doing it this way is to move the unfinished items to a special meeting on the 1st is so that we can adjourn tonight and allow the items that have passed tonight to go into effect.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd really appreciate if that special meeting could be on Tuesday, November 2nd, instead of the 1st. I have a
Second.
conflict. It looks like there might be other conflicts as well. Is it possible that the mover might change the date?
Yeah, it is possible. The trick is that anything that needs to get another public hearing, there's a date challenge. It can't be heard on the 9th, but I think for my part, I would be okay with Tuesday if the seconder is.
And actually, Ms.
And-
Zembowski is in the queue, and I believe, do you want to speak to the timing of that, Ms. Zembowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind the body that we had that issue with SWS and their rate adjustment. If you wait until Tuesday, which is November 2nd, I believe, then the rate increase will not be able to be effectuated until next quarter, which would be next year. But if you did it on November 1st, they are advising me that they could send out the bills Monday night if, in fact, the body approved the rate increase, which would effectuate it almost immediately.
So I would ask the seconder, if I might, Madam Chair, that we would take that item off, be really expeditious. We have 9 minutes, and take that item up immediately after we take this vote and get it done. Time is of the essence.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Ennis, are you on the line? Are we able, if so?
I am on the line, and I believe both Mr. Gates and I thought that because the second meeting was noticed and it's on the agenda and on the public website, that the Assembly should not take that up tonight, the SWS. It needs to be at a second hearing, which would be the continued special meeting, hopefully on Monday.
Oof.
One suggestion is we take up SWS on a special meeting on Monday, just for that one item, and then on Tuesday, reconvene for the remaining items. If that's agreeable with us, okay. Mr. Gates?
3 items. You have 3 items. Never mind.
Okay, so I
Wait a
think
second,
what
Mr.
I'm hearing is...
Mr. Constant, hold on a
Madam
second.
Chair, okay, the meeting needs to be Monday.
Ms. Ennis, do you agree that we can go ahead and do that, take the one item for SWS up that's time sensitive on Monday at a brief special meeting, and then resume with the other unfinished items at a special meeting on Tuesday?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Ennis, do we need to take up all 3 SWS items? We probably should.
Yes, that would be preferable.
Okay, so 3 on Monday and then the remainder on Tuesday, if the mover and the second agree.
Yes.
And Mr. Weddleton's in the queue?
Yeah, I don't think I like this a bit. I think we should meet Monday and not Tuesday. Just let's meet Monday, do our work, and get it done.
Tuesday school board.
That's a really good point. Tuesday is school board, and we should not have to...
Well,
I'll make it work.
okay, I move
Monday.
that we have a special meeting on Monday, or continue this meeting to Monday.
Second.
No, okay, so we'll go back to the original motion
Oh, that
that
was already
Mr.
done.
Constant made, which,
Yes.
Okay, that
to
was,
continue all unfinished items to a special meeting on Monday, November 1st.
well, that's my preference. If there was an amendment, we can go through that and let us vote against it, and then we work our way back to a sensible one meeting.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue the public hearing on, or to continue all finished items from this agenda to a special meeting on Monday, November 1st. And I'm asking for a unanimous consent. Is there any opposition?
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. I'll be quick. I'm trying to understand why we need to do all of this on Monday rather than November 9th.
If I might, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
We have a 12-page agenda right now, and we haven't made it through the public hearing items from the last meeting. And so we would have the ones from the last meeting, the ones from this meeting, and the ones from the meeting on the 9th to get through. And so our agenda is getting to be already 12, 15, almost 20 pages. We need to make some progress with the rationale.
Okay, I'll keep it short, but I would just ask that, we spent hours earlier discussing things that we've already talked about. So if members would please exercise a little restraint in the amount of comments they make, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Folks, please. I'm asking for unanimous consent. Is there any opposition to the motion on the floor? Seeing and hearing none, we will continue all the unfinished items, or we'll take them up at a special meeting on Monday, November 1st.
Thank you, everybody.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, what time?
It's 6 p.m. on Monday. Given that we have less than 4 minutes left, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.